Oh, graham crackers are so good. I'd pick them up in 8217. I got some buy one get one free graham crackers, just like the Nabisco honey graham crackers or whatever. God, they're so good. Hey, Austin. So the day has finally come. We have to fight the Wall of Flesh. And the Wall of Flesh is the only boss in the entire game that is time limited. Which means this is the break point. If the Wall of Flesh is possible, the rest of the game is possible. If the Wall of Flesh isn't possible, then we can't get past it. I spent quite a while off stream building an arena where I think I'll be able to get enough damage in on the Wall of Flesh. Yeah, I am new beer. Now I'm going to fight the Wall of Flesh on Classic. There's no way in hell you would kill the Wall of Flesh on a difficulty above Classic with a Lawnmower. That's not happening. So we're going to do it on Classic. Similar to when we did it with the Flare Gun and the Copper Short Sword. And we'll see how it goes. Let me launch the game. I have a very complex isn't the right word, but very deliberately engineered arena that should help out a lot here. Okay. Why don't you turn up the volume? I think I turned it down for something at one point. It's a little lower than it usually is. Hold on. Keep sound down though, because lawnmower sounds. Okay. The entire underworld is covered with a strip 4 blocks thick on the bottom, with 2 rows of planter boxes, and spaced between each of them are campfires and heart lanterns. And there is wiring running across this entire thing, which I can use to put down heart statues. Fun fact about heart statues. The deciding factor for whether or not a heart statue can spit out another heart is where it is placed in the world. If I put the heart statue right here, it's going to spit out 2 hearts. If I break them and put them in the same spot, they're going to have a 10-second cooldown to spit out more hearts. And they'll go, right now. But if I break them and I put them somewhere else, they'll spit out hearts immediately. So, by breaking them and replacing them, I can get hearts back very quickly. As long as it's in a different spot than I had put it beforehand. I have a bucket of honey to drop on myself. We need to do this on Classic. And I'm probably going to not use the Shark Tooth Necklace because the eyes of the Wall of Flesh have 0 defense, and that's where I'm going to be dealing damage. So I'm going to swap that for the Plane of Confusion. I need to get potions. Swiftness, Night Owl. I'm going to take the burgers. I'm going to take the life forces. Iron Skin, regen. Is there anything else that I could potentially get? I could get endurance potions. Would it be worth it? How long would it take to fish them up? I don't think it would take very long to fish them up. I think it would be worth getting endurance potions. Because this is a very make or break moment. So I think I will do that. What I'll do is I'll go down to the bottom, or to the left of the world where the Wall of Flesh is going to spawn in. I'm going to build a house there. How will the fight work? Well, let's see when we get there. Basically, it's going to be coming from left to right, and I'm going to have to pick which of these things to stand on, and then walk into it and lawnmower it repeatedly. The Wall of Flesh's contact damage is significantly lower on Classic compared to Expert or Master Mode. I think it scales non-linearly. Or it doesn't use the same 2 and 3x damage factor. No, they're in YouTube chat, Centerpiece Reese. I'm only streaming on YouTube today. Are Wrath Potions any good? I don't think Wrath Potions have any effect on the Lawnmower. I'm gonna go build a house for the guide over here. This is a large-sized world. We have a little bit over 8,000 blocks to work with, and I believe we're going to have probably somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 15 minutes to fight the Wall of Flesh. At minimum speed, I think the Wall of Flesh takes 20 minutes to get from one end to the other end of a large-sized world, but he's going to speed up as we damage him, so I think more realistically, the 10 to 15 minute range is probably reasonable. So if I get like 4 endurance potions, which shouldn't be too tough, I managed to buy a Sitting Ducks fishing pole from a traveling merchant. Did I lose a heart statue? What the hell? Had 2 heart statues. I now only have 1 heart statue. What? Did I just forget to break it? And I have more than 47 defense last time. I had 51. I dropped down to classic mode, so we lost an accessory slot, so we lose 4 defense from that. But I also haven't taken Iron Skin Potion, I don't know, a Bass Statue near me, stuff like that. I thought I broke both statues. Chase, he's trying his hardest. Okay. Let's build a little house here. Come on. Walls. Housing is... Oh, god damn it. Okay. I can just destroy this stuff. Oops. I clicked off screen. Here's ECYY. Corrupted where? Above it. See all these... This crimstone. I could get some sunflowers too. Could potentially help. I also got Terra Spark boots. I'm doing pretty well, it's easy. If I just destroy some of this stuff, it'll probably... I'm trying to think about that one. I get some sunflowers. I'd let him move in there. Got a king statue, that would work as well, but... It only has to be within range of the house. I think the Wall of Flesh spawns where the guide is killed, like, vertically, so I don't want to put the house really low down, because then the wall might get trapped beneath my arena. A voodoo doll would be nice, but killing a voodoo demon is not going to be easy. Finding one's not going to be easy either. Hopefully we can just break enough of the crimstone to get it purified. I think once we get to that point, that's probably outside of the range of the house. Oh, the mimic's right there. Is that enough yet? Oh, wait, there's a voodoo demon. Okay, never mind. That solves the problem. Hold on. I need to trap this thing so I can hit it. Hey, Adam. God damn it. I'm trying to... Oh my god, it's the fucking... I forgot about those. That shit is so annoying. You can't block swap to place blocks on top of planter boxes because the fucking plants can't be destroyed by block swapping. You have to swing and hit them, aiming at them with a pickaxe to destroy them. But you can do it with furniture, but you can't do it with blocks. Like, I could do it with this heart statue, but I can't do it with a block. Which is really stupid. Okay. How are we gonna kill this thing? I like this bat, the regular bat, to get out, because then I could probably have better luck with. Notice the scream description. Doubt? That's not a lie. Okay. Demon is trapped. I just... He's too high up. We're nowhere near that. We'll deal with that problem when we get there. Last time you hear your 5, fuck Queen Bee. You missed Skeletron and Deerclops. I did most of the preparation for the Wall of Flesh off stream. Okay. Let me destroy these. Okay. I'm going to drink a potion of return. Where the hell did my second statue go? Because I had 2 heart statues. Where the hell did the second one go? What? Where'd my second heart statue go? Whatever. Let me get some bait. I'm gonna go ahead and get some, sonar potions. And fish up some cave fish. For endurance potions. What do I need them to be? I want them with me to place them down repeatedly, but I lost one. Like, it just... I don't know where the hell it could have gone. It seems to have just disappeared. That would be a good place to fish. Nothing much in here. Got anything? Did anyone see where it went? It was right at the start of the stream, like as soon as we loaded in, I started using it. And then I somehow lost one of them. Maybe I placed one at the left side of the arena? No, definitely not. I placed them all together. I didn't separate them. I only had 2 and I placed them side by side repeatedly and broke them at the same time. I don't know how it could have disappeared unless, like... I have no idea. Maybe we'll rewind the stream and watch it. Hold on. I need to figure out where the hell this thing went, because the second heart statue is really, really impactful. Live streaming? Okay. This would be back here. Yeah, whatever. The deciding factor for whether or not a Hout statue can spit out another Hout is where it is placed in the world. If I put the Hout statue right here, it's going to spit out 2 Houts. If I break them and put them in the same spot, they're going to have a 10-second cooldown to spit out more Houts. Okay, so what happened to the second one? Go, right now. But if I break them and I put them somewhere else, they'll spit out Houts immediately. So, by breaking them and replacing them, I can get Houts back very quickly. What the fuck? I'm sorry, what was that? Replacing them, I can... So, what happened to the second Hout statue? By breaking them and replacing them, I can get Houts back very quickly. Excuse me? By breaking them and replacing them. So, that Hout statue just disappeared. I can get Houts back very quickly. By breaking them and replacing them, I can get... I break 2, I pick up 2, there's only 1 in my inventory. What? Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. I don't... So much for that strategy. I think it's fair to dupe it back. If it got broken by a flower? Is that possible? I broke it with my pickaxe. It didn't get broken by a flower. I picked it up. I'd said I picked up 2 Hout statues. I have a sonar potion. Okay, we have specular fish, so we can catch cavefish here. I don't know why the hell that happened. It's wired up to a 1/4 second timer, and not a big deal. I can just get another one. I don't have one. Like, I don't have another one to get. It was hard enough getting 2. Auto fishing? What are you talking about? I could use journey mode to get another one back, yeah. If I research it, I could get a second one. What do you mean auto fishing? What? Do you mean the sonar potion? The fact that it's telling me what I'm catching? That's the potion that I drank. Sonar potion. I'm just gonna get like 4 armored cavefish, mix them into endurance potions, and then we'll get started. I guess I'll research Hout statue and just get another one. I don't. It's kind of bullshit. You only need 1 to research it, so I guess I'll just do that. Why did that even happen? And for you and what happened to the Skeletron fight, he despawned repeatedly, over and over again. I think 4 times in total. Due to the distance between Skeletron and the player being 0, and that causing him to bug out and, like, just disappear. I want to file a bug report. I don't know why it happened, so I wouldn't file a bug report. If I figured out why it caused the Hout statue to disappear, is it because of the being activated? Did I break it like the frame it was being activated? Is it because of the number of them? If I did it with a single statue, would it still have happened? Is it because it was on planter boxes? I don't know. Oh, Georgia Cola. Well, it'd be kind of silly to file a bug report with very little information about why it happened. I mean, I broke 2 statues, and one of them disappeared. And then it would just be, like, the bug testers trying to replicate what I did and figure it out, when I could also just do that. Try to figure out why it happens. I mean, 2... I'll get 1 more cavefish. I'm getting lazy. Fishing is boring, and this is not a good fishing pond. This is really small. And I'll probably get an extra cavefish out of it because of, the alchemy table. You love fishing? It's literally sitting here doing nothing. I'd see AT217. There's a cavefish. Yeah, sure. I'll just get a second one. And I'm gonna see if I can get that to happen again. Because now that I have it researched, I don't really care if I lose them. It doesn't seem to be happening. I got no idea. If I could change one thing about the official wiki, what would it be? I don't know. I don't really care that much. You think I got 2 statues when I placed one and the game reduced one? What? I'm not sure I'm following what that means. I'll just put this in here for now. Whatever, 3's fine. Try to skip frame by frame the moment it happened. And the statue 2 appears when I placed 1. Okay. All of our accessories are set. Swiftness potion, iron skin, regen, major well-fed, life force, endurance, night owl. I have restoration potions I could take. That's better healing efficiency. I won't catch on fire from anything. Although maybe if like an imp appears, it'll try to catch me on fire, so I'll take obsidian skins. Need these. We have our honey. We have our heart statues. We have bass statues. We have the lawnmower. I could make a chair. But the chair is not going to be more efficient than the heart statues. Will I have enough time? We'll find out. Okay. Wait, it's the top row. I don't want it up there. Oh. Okay. This bass statue thing is going to be difficult, because I can't really break it very easily. So we're going to ditch that one. The top one, the top row is the one that has the Healy juice. We're going to have to go heal soon. We got a bat, which is annoying. Okay, let's go for Heelys. Drop the honey. Please go away, bat. I'm not trying to hit you with my pickaxe. But, like, I can't. Okay, I'm confused. Out statue, stretch OP. Okay, we'll probably just have to ditch the bat statues. They're not really going to work out here. Yeah, that thick layer on the bottom is preventing the top eye from really moving. Oh, sorry, the bottom eye. Because it's too thick for it to want to go beneath it. So I can keep it at a constant level, which is low enough for me to be able to hit with the lawnmower. And because of all of my defense and HP regen, things like that, I can sit here for quite a while. I do have to leave sometimes to go heal, though. It's going to get more difficult as it speeds up, though. We're still at the slow wall of flesh right now. Get some healing. I don't want to get too far behind it. It's tough because I need to walk at the wall of flesh to deal damage to it. I don't want to get too high up because the mouth is coming down and the mouth hits harder than the eyes. Yeah. Get out of here, hungry. You've never seen this many hungries? I mean, this is just the amount of... Oh, you mean the ones on the bottom? Like the leech ones? There are a lot of them, yeah. Go for healing. I can't, like, not hit these things as I'm trying to break these statues. We're getting there. We're taking a lot more damage. I think the Wall of Flesh's Hungries have had a damage boost. Problem is we have to go heal a lot more often as he starts to deal more damage. I could use my bass statue, but the problem with the bass statue is it's really difficult for me to get it back if I place it. Okay, we're almost halfway there. But he's gonna start speeding up, so we're not nearly halfway done with things. He's spawning quite a lot of them. I go this way. Is it reasonable? No, it's not. I have to walk towards the wall. Yeah. Let's go for some heals. We're almost at the first lava lake. Which means we're probably like a third of the way through the world. I can't go that way. It'd be really convenient if I could, but I can't. I need these hungry to get out of here. Can't break my statues while they're doing all this shit. Problem is it's starting to oh fuck. It's starting to speed up now and I can't stay there as long either because it's dealing more damage too. How should I turn around? Actually, no, we're not at the first lava lake yet. Okay. Okay, I think this is the first lava lake now. As much as I would love to not be hitting these things with my pickaxe, it's just, like, not really an option. Because I need to have these things break. And if they're getting in my way as I try to swing at them, they're dying. Because without these heart statues, this would not be happening. Wait, stop. How do I keep getting turned around? I don't get. Okay. We're almost halfway through the world now. Because we're almost at spawn. Potions were off. Let me dump some honey on myself. I don't know how I would be doing this without the heart statue strategy. That second heart statue is really important here. I don't know why the hell it disappeared. I'm gonna go heal. At the rate we're going, this should be fine. Also, again, to explain what's going on here, heart statues, if you break them and put them down in a different location than where you had placed them originally, they can spit out hearts faster than normal. They ignore their cooldown. Because the cooldown is based on their position in the world, not... it doesn't keep track of the statue itself or anything. I have to go heal soon. Because the problem is, as the wall is getting lower on HP, the amount of time we can spend next to it is diminishing. As its damage goes up. Hang on. My statue's back there. Fuck. Hold on. I need that. Me. Okay. We're about to hit spawn. Let me get the cure. Nurse. Wait, my NPCs survived. What the? Merchant, what are you doing? Holy shit, Merchant going ham on the wall of flesh. I thought they were just gonna instantly die. I guess that's only a master mode thing. They don't take enough damage on classic. Okay. These speed ups are getting awkward. Because I am really limiting the amount of time I can stay near the wall of flesh safely. Let me do that. Leave me alone. Heal. Oh, we don't have potions. Fine on potions. We're at the second lava lake. Only 1,200 to go. But yeah, it took a lot of work setting up this arena. I'm glad it actually works, because I didn't test it. I was pretty sure it would. Would have been really awkward if it didn't. Okay, below 1,000 now. All the worms? Yeah. Also, I came up with this Hout Lantern, or this Hout statue strategy like half an hour ago. I was thinking about it like, wait a minute, what if I just broke the Hout statues and then put them back down? And then, it worked, so. I just stuck with it. Okay. He's speeding up quite a lot now, which is really awkward. Because we got, like, full speed Wall of Flesh now. Well, full speed for classic mode, which is not particularly fast. He gets fastest below 500 HP. I believe is the number. Okay. 548. Let's see. Okay, 300 to go. Let's do some healing. Play it safe. We're getting pretty far through the world. I don't think we'll run out of space, but gonna be cutting it a bit close. Probably get like 3/4 the way through, possibly even further. 132. Below 100 now. Alright, let's finish him off. 44, 28, 12. Dead. Okay. That was actually... Okay, so maybe like 8/10 of a large world. About 8/10 of a large world. On Classic, I don't think this would be possible above Classic. Which means I don't think we're gonna get a Demon Heart. Because, I mean... How to say 8/10 instead of 4/5? Don't worry about it. Actually, possibly even more. We were only like 1,000 blocks from the edge of the world. Probably. Okay. What do I do now? Let me turn that off. I guess I try to get Souls of Night. So I'm gonna fish for hard mode ores. I'm not... I don't want to invite pirates into the world. Because doing pirates with this would be a nightmare. Which means if I want to... Hold on. Some of this stuff should not be in here. I had accidentally pressed quick stack at one point. All of these things should be somewhere else. I'd use like all of the blocks I had to make this thing too, because the problem is if you don't have several blocks on the bottom, the wall of flesh will adjust and the bottom eye will go beneath it if you just have like a one layer platform. Or it sometimes will, it'll do it a bit inconsistently. So this thick layer here across the entire thing is what made it so the eye stayed in a consistent location. And then these two things here I could go up and down between, to make sure I was hitting the eye the entire time. I don't really know how we could have done that better than we did, and as a result, I don't think it would have been possible to do on Expert, because the Wall of Flesh both takes less damage because there's more defense on Expert mode, and it also is faster, so you have less time, and it has more HP. And we did all of that on Classic, and it also does more damage, so you have less hitting opportunities. And we barely did it in the entire world, starting from all the way over here. I don't see that happening on Expert. Okay, I don't really want an emblem, but just in case, I'll hold on to it. Metal detector. Let me sell some of this stuff. I shouldn't need, an imp staff anymore. Just get rid of that. The reason we had it in the first place was, to target the Brain of Cthulhu. To help identify it. Maybe if I fill the whole path with Hout statues, that wouldn't actually help. Hout statues have a global limit. They will not spawn Houts if there are 10 Houts already in the world. So if you lined the entire thing with Hout statues, all that would happen is the first ones would spit out Houts, and then the rest of them would do nothing. If you wanted to have Hout statues work optimally, you would have to do it the way that I did it, where you constantly pick them up and move them with you. And like, yeah, you could get more defense, but even if you had perfect defense, I don't think you could physically do enough damage with the Lawnmower. Because on Expert, the Wall of Flesh is, what, 11,000 HP? That's like 3,000 more damage you'd have to deal. He would also only take 7 damage a hit, because you'd be using a Shark Tooth Necklace, but you'd still have damage reduced a little bit because of the defense on the eye. And you'd also have less time, because he moves faster. So I just don't see any way it would happen. You know, something like the Copper Short Sword. Oh, whoops. You know, the Flare Gun, I think, only took a little under half of a large-sized world. Maybe even like a third. But the problem with the Flare Gun is you would hit the projectile cap. To do it with the Flare Gun, there's a glitch where if you fill up the first 200 dropped item slot, the global limit is ignored. Interesting. That might work then. The problem with the Flare Gun is you hit the projectile cap. Here's a lousy. And once you fire 1,000 flares, you'd have to wait 10 minutes before you can shoot more. And when I was doing the Flare Gun only run, you hit 1,000 flares, like, pretty much as soon as you hit 8,000 damage to the Wall of Flesh. You had maybe, like, 20 or 30 flares to spare. So it wasn't possible to kill the Wall of Flesh above Classic. On the Copper Short Sword one, we could physically do the damage, but I couldn't stay near it. So I went back in hard mode once I had better defense, and I killed the Wall of Flesh with a Copper Short Sword on Expert mode to get the, No, I know that, Molly. I'm talking about the Flare Gun. I'm talking about why it's not possible. Like, I'm just going through how the Wall of Flesh worked with the previous things. I know what they were talking about. So I did it on Classic at first with the Copper Short Sword, and then went back once I had better defense, because I could actually deal the damage, but the damage just wouldn't happen. And it's because, if you notice, when I was walking towards the Wall of Flesh, I kept getting knocked back. Because the Wall of Flesh, even if you have a knockback immunity, still pushes you back, and if you get too far, it tongues you and pushes you back. Which meant I couldn't really stay on top of the eye very well. I would have to keep walking into it, it would knock me back, then I'd keep going back. If I could walk with it this way, I think I could do it on Expert mode in hard mode defense. Like, once I got more defense. Like, if I could keep pace with it and not be knocked back, because then I would be dealing with damage constantly. But the problem is I kept getting interrupted as I was trying to deal damage. So yeah, I think... So I can't fight a mech boss today. That's not happening. We're not going to get that far. So most of what we're going to do here is early hard move preparation. And... I think... So I plan to fish for ores, which I'm probably going to do off-stream. Because like I said, I do not want pirate invasions happening. They are just going to make things a huge mess. So I don't want to break altars, so I want to fish them up. Which means Souls of Flight, Souls of Night and Light to get Mimics. Ankh Shield, regular Mimic drops for the Cross Necklace. And honestly, I think that's it. I can't think of much else I want in early hard mode. Maybe some houses and things. You sell anything? Magic Hat, Ears, Stopwatch, Companion Cube. I'm gonna go see how awful our But they were like the panda ears. I'm not really a big fan of those, right? Yeah, no, they're not the cat ears. The pretty pink dress does not look good. Also, we are an old man. Is doing Pirates with Lava cheating? This is Don't Dig Up, Vesite. Pirates don't... nothing takes lava damage on Don't Dig Up, except for you. You can't use lava to kill enemies. I could use traps. Potentially. Let me see how hellish, trying to kill things up here is. Oh, great. Here comes an axe. I can't deal with a crimson axe if it shows up here. You know, maybe the other enemies. Hold on. I got an idea. Where's the mechanic? Mechanic is up here. Pretty pink dress looks good with dyes. I'll keep it in mind. If I get 2 teleporters, some wire, and some switches. Let me sell the breaker plate. I don't need it. I should be able to set up a situation. How'd the Wall of Flesh fight go? About as well as it could have. We used the arena I built, and it took this much of the world to kill it. And I don't really think there's much we could have done to improve on the fight. Okay, if I put a teleporter here, and just move the other teleporter here, then whenever an enemy shows up that I don't want, I could just... What are we doing today? Well, we just killed the Wall of Flesh, so at this point we're just doing, Poor stickers. Fuck off. Okay, can I... Damn. Oh wait, I didn't put this down. I'm gonna die. Unless you can... Okay. Damn. I can't deal with those Wraith enemies. They don't get knocked back enough. How am I gonna get Souls of Night? I don't mind setting up traps. I really don't. Wall of Flesh went pretty well. Like, I don't know how we do this unless we set up, like, geysers and doubt traps, venom traps, or whatever to kill things for us, because... I mean, I can't kill these things. This is on Classic. Bear in mind. I haven't even upped the difficulty back to Expert or Master yet. I could... make an artificial corruption and spawn the Eater of Worlds, who does drop Souls of Night. He would also be very easy to tank. I would need to get Rotten Chunks to do that, though. Which would still involve killing things in the corruption, which isn't going to happen. I could... Yeah, I don't know how I do this without using traps. Because I could probably kill a couple enemies here and there. But Hard Mode Evil Biome Crates will still have soul drops. That is true, yeah. I could fish up the souls. Do I just fish up the souls? Does this become a fishing stream now? I mean, I don't mind it. I got fishing gear. Well, I could start getting fishing gear. I need to fish. There's a big ocean here. It's corrupted. I don't see how we make any progress without fishing. So I guess let's get to fishing. Alright. Is this also a total? This is a total. What? The thing up top? No, that's not a total. What? is not a turtle. Okay. We got a sitting duck's fishing pole. Let's get... let me make a gummy worm. I have a gold worm I can shimmer. Anything else to shimmer? I don't think so. Let's get a gummy worm. I think, ultimately, I had mentioned this the other day, I don't really see myself killing a wyvern. Like, drunk buff too, right? TMNWG. Drunk also increases your fishing power. Or tipsy or whatever. Get a gelatin crystal. I should make a house down here in the shimmer. But yeah, I need a lot of flesh knuckle. Actually, we could, if we wanted money, I know Bad Name had posted a glitch that I think was like a crystal shard dupe using a hammer. So, worst case scenario, we could always do something like that if we need money. If we're not getting Souls of Flight, then get Leaf Wings. Leaf Wings are post-Plantera. The only pre-mech wings that you can obtain that does not involve killing a wyvern are Dev Wings, which involve killing a boss, or actually we can put the difficulty back to Master now. It's fine. Or Fin Wings. Given that I don't feel like killing a boss, or trying to kill a wyvern, because realistically we would have to kill 2 wyverns. And, I don't... Fledgling wings? Fledgling wings don't count. They're not real. A boss other than the Queen Slime. Yes, Queen Slime does not count. Oh, this is a Mimic. I would like that. Damn. Mimic. Yo, Skeleton Merchant! He's killing the Mimic for me. You think you get Dev Wings pre-mech? You could kill Duke Fishrod. That's the only pre-mech boss you could kill that would drop Dev Wings. Yeah, I got Terra Spark Boots, so we can... Oh, this motherfucker. Okay, we gotta deal with Chaos Elementals. But that's fine, because we can trap them in the same way you've been trapping other fighter-type enemies. Have I ever done pre-mech Duke Fishron? I'm sure I have at some point. I don't really like doing it, though. I don't think it's very fun. It kind of just ruins the rest of the game. IMO. Okay, we're going to set up a hoik here, so that the enemy cannot walk towards us. Then we're going to destroy a second block. Actually, we don't even have to do the hoik, now that I think about it. Because this is a fighter-type enemy. I can't go through a 2-block gap. Yeah, also just Fishron's wings themselves. What boss will I fight next? I'm not going to fight a boss today. We'll have to think about it. But any boss we fight is going to take multiple days at this point. I think. So. Okay. Let me destroy. Okay. These mimics have more defense. So, it's a good thing the Skeleton Merchant series really doing me a hand. But this hoik right here is what's preventing the Mimic from getting to me. Good job on the thumbnail, thank you. I put a lot of effort into it. Also, I have a very lovely strategy that I'm going to use for killing biomimics. To not spend 17 years doing it. Starcloak. 62 gold is pretty nice, though. Okay. Damn, all these enemies got defense. We're at the point of just not dealing damage. Skeleton merchant is not equal to lawnmower. I can't control him. He's a wild beast. I think cross necklace is the only thing I really want from hard mode mimics. Actually, no. I want a Titan glove. Because that's going to be a Berserker's glove, which is 8 defense. So those two things are what I want. You sell anything good? Bread. Okay. I was here for the gummy worm. I think it's the first time I've ever made a gummy worm. Or shimmered a gummy worm, I guess. If you didn't know, gold worm becomes a gummy worm when shimmered. And gives you a permanent boost to fishing power. Okay, well, we're not going to use a star cloak, so let's get rid of that. Let me also move the merchant back in here. Was the gummy worm 3 or 5? I think it's 5, but I'm not certain. It's a small amount. Okay. I'm gonna put this in here for now. It's 3? Yeah. Oh, that's even worse than I thought. Okay. So we're going fishing. We have plenty of fallen stars, so we can make a ton of enchanted night crawlers with the worm cans that I opened. So we'll have plenty of bait. What other permanent buffs do I have? Vital Crystal, Gummy Worm. I don't have the Pink Pearl. I don't have that buff. I don't have the Galaxy Pearl. Put this away. Yeah, I did Ambrosia. Yeah. Where's my angler? I could always see what he wants. Certainly wouldn't hurt. How are we doing on amber? Do I have much amber? Do I have any amber? Hold on, do I have an amber hook? I do have an amber hook. I could shimmer my hook to get more amber for crate potions. I'll probably end up doing that. Crispy honey is also what we need. How much water leaf do we have? 14. That's not a huge amount. I should plant some more. I have a staff of regrowth now. Let me make some sonar potions. Get the one I have in here. Let me go see what the angler wants. Getting fishing gear is going to help out a lot. Underground and caverns. My spot here should work fine. I should dupe water, though, to make a better fishing spot. Which means we might not get that fishing quest today, but that's fine. That's what the Staff of Regrowth is for. Staff of Regrowth helps a lot with the blooming conditions. Same thing with Blink Root. See, the trick with Waterleaf is don't plant it in a planter box or a clay pot, because you won't be able to harvest it out of bloom if you do. But if you plant them on regular sand, you can harvest them out of bloom with a Staff of Regrowth and get seeds back. Does fertilizer work on potion herbs? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It'll be a cold day in hell before I ever make a poo block, though, so... daytime. Quest reset. I think it's daytime. The slime was hopping around. Yeah, angelfish. Fuck that. Let's just go fish in the corruption. Let me get crate potions. I'm gonna get some sand and plant that water leaf. Let's go up here for sand. And use the sand so I can harvest it out of bloom with Staff of Regrowth. Keep an eye out for mimics, though. It would be quite helpful. Actually, this is probably a decent fishing spot, too. I came here for sand, though. Which mech boss is gonna be the easiest is the question. I'm inclined to say Destroyer. But I don't know, he does hit very hard, but we don't have to worry about, like, dying to him. Because we can always conch to the ocean or something. So I feel like he's probably going to be the easiest. And also, once we kill Destroyer, we'll be able to get upgrades. The probes. I mean... yeah, I mean... we're gonna have to deal with him. Not any way around that. Let's get that water leaf down. Do I have the rest of the stuff for crate potions? Yeah, I do. That was not very many I could make. We're just gonna harvest these. I think we have plenty of seeds. Yeah, I got 18 seeds. That's fine. At least it's not Mechdusa. Yeah, Mechdusa would be awful. Okay, crate potions. Okay, 11 crate potions, 14 sonar. I guess about the best we'll do with fishing gear on that end. So let's also go buy some stuff from the Tavern Keep. I also wanted to... I'm fairly certain the answer is no. In fact, about as certain as I could be, but... for the sake of due diligence, I will test whether or not the sharpening station has any impact whatsoever on the lawnmower. We'll just go up to the imp statue up here. Seven. 5. Yeah, no, it does nothing. Okay, good. So, sharpening station, completely useless. But we checked, so now we know. I want a toilet, yeah. Toilet, drunk buff. Are there any other... That's what I assumed as well, Semi-Hypercube, but I figured at the very least I would check because the Lawnmower is a weird weapon. But I think at this point I can confidently say that anything that would affect melee things will not affect the Lawnmower. I tested it on a Goblin Scout. Yeah, we already tested Frost Armor, and Flasks, I think, are, given this information, pretty reasonable to say they will not do anything. Tipsy buff, Toilet. Is there anything else that's like a small, easy fishing buff? I forget. I don't usually fish very much. Make sure to eat food? No. Never. Pro tip, if you're in a situation like this, make the platform you stand on slightly below the platform that things are walking on you on. Increasing luck helps. That is true. I should go grab my gnome. I have a gnome. Do we have an angler? We do, but he wants us to go catch an angelfish, so we're not doing that shit. I'm not going near wyverns. Anotube? Yeah, and I think it's also kind of mutually exclusive with the toilet, right? I don't think you can do both. Yeah, I don't feel like going for coin luck, but I'll, at least grab a gnome. Which I think was up here. I got no idea what my gnome went. Is it Skeletron? Yeah, never mind. I won't grab the gnome. I have no idea where I put this gnome. I had a gnome at one point. I don't know where it went. Oh well. That's fine. Okay. Hold on, I need to sit on the toilet. Wait, where are my sonar potions? What just happened? Did I quick buff as the potion was wearing off? I think I did. Don't need Hemoplana. The Lawnmower can't crit anyway. Crit chance won't do anything. Corrupt Beach will not give Corrupt Crit. God damn it, you're right, Michael. I forgot about that. Because Ocean is higher crate priority than, It was like a 1.4.4 change or something. They changed the crate priority of Beach to be higher than, Corruption and Crimson. Yeah, I don't know if it was 1.4.4, but it was a relatively recent update where they changed it so that if you're in a corrupt ocean, you'll get ocean crates. Which means I need to make a different fishing spot somewhere in the corruption. There were spots on the water. If I could get over there, that would work. Anything better over here? That might work. That one right there, I think that's far enough away from the ocean. Don't like the Ichor sticker. Okay, I think this will work fine. Okay. Ken Vibes? I don't know who that is. Well, I mean, I think it is a better change, TMNWG, because it's much more likely, like, the beach is a much more difficult biome to come across than the corruption is. And if you have corrupted beaches on both sides, you just won't be able to get ocean crates. Whereas if you didn't have corruption on both sides, you could still get corruption crates in the actual corruption. So it makes sense to have, especially given how easily sand gets corrupted. I think sand is one of the fastest blocks that gets corrupted. Well, it's just because I forgot about it. Because I used to fish in corrupted oceans a lot to get crates. I keep forgetting they made that change. Yeah, crate priority goes... I think lava is number 1, and then you go into, like... B... I forget what sky is, too. It's weird. It's been a minute since I've looked at crate priority. So what can I do, aside from fishing today? Because fishing is going to be boring. I could read more things. The problem with reading things is I have to, keep my eyes somewhat on the screen. To fish, effectively. Which could be a little bit awkward. How many souls of night do you get from one crate? Isn't it like 5 or 6 or something? Like, not that many? And if we want enough to get, like, 3 flesh knuckles... you could do Q&A, yeah. It's gonna be a lot. A lot of fishing. Take the drunk buff. Now we really get the old man, or like middle-aged man mowing the lawn vibe, right? Like balding 40 to 50-year-old, you get 2 to 5 souls. That's even worse than I thought. A 50% chance. Okay, so you average 1 to 3 souls per crate. So we'd need to fish up. You'd expect like 5 crates just to be able to make. Well, no, that would be best case scenario too. Somewhere between like. You'd probably expect 2 souls per crate. Long-term expected value of multiple. Which means we're looking at like 7 crates a key. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna happen. To get... And then we do that and we have a 1 in 5 chance. Which means on average we would have to kill... Or fish up... No, the crystal crate is the hollow one? Pearlwood is the equivalent of wooden crates. It's the hard mode version of it. If we're looking at 7 crates per, key, 35 crates would average getting me 1 flesh knuckles? That's not gonna happen. I'm not fishing up 35 crates on average per flesh knuckles. We gotta just get souls elsewhere. But how? How can we do that? If we just hang out up here, falling stars will eventually kill these things. And they will drop souls, potentially. That is an option. What are other soul farming methods we could do? If I had non-crimson enemies... That is, if I made, like, a spawning platform and I killed, like, possessed armors or, slimes or things like that, I could potentially get souls that way. Because those things are reasonable to kill. Yeah, souls will drop on the surface as well. I think it's all altitudes. I know they drop in the underworld and I know they drop on the surface. You usually use antlion eggs? What do you need to make antlion eggs? Is it antlion mandibles or... Hey, David. Do bees drop souls? What am I fishing for? Everything. Mandibles and sandstone. Mandibles are going to be difficult to come by. Enough to get a good amount. But I could go to the... Well, no, the underground desert isn't going to be corrupted. What are the requirements for something to drop souls? Is it any enemy that drops money? Is that the requirement? You need to be underground? Not on Don't Dig Up. One mandible, 5 sandstone per egg. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Getting those mandibles would be way too difficult. Any enemy can drop souls except boss enemies. Bosses can drop souls. That's certainly not the answer. And I don't think like the old ones army enemies drop souls. Is it money dropping? Hey, Emerchan. Like, you can farm the Eater of Worlds for souls. The Eater of Worlds drops souls. Drops keys, too. The floaty growths and the wraiths are the main issue here. If I was in a situation where I didn't have to deal with floaty growths and wraiths, I'm reasonably confident I could get Souls of Night rather easily. So maybe I could probably engineer enemies with health above 1 and coin drop above 1 copper, but it also says non-boss enemies. I'm pretty sure the Eater of Worlds can drop souls. I'm pretty sure you can farm the Eater of Worlds for souls. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. Maybe that was just an old thing and they had updated something. If I were to engineer a situation where floaty growths and wraiths got trapped underneath me because of their ability to go through blocks, then I could probably farm enemies in the trap that I made if I reworked it so it had a gutter on the bottom to catch those types of enemies. I would need to utilize platforms and probably hoiks. If I were to hoik in the regular enemies, the wraith type enemies shouldn't be affected by hoiks because they don't have collision. So if I were to hoik I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try revamping my design to be immune to floaty growths and wraiths. Let me see if the Angler's quest is reset yet. Still the same day. Okay, let's crack open these crates. An Undertaker and a Tungsten didn't even get any souls. Okay. Let me put away the fishing gear for now. Boss minions don't drop souls? Okay. That's what I figured. Okay. Tartar sauce. Jonion's bait, masturbate, 4 or chalcambos. Off to a real fast start here. Okay. These potions away. And the pulpwood crates. Stash. 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 Yo, an aglet. I already have one of those. I don't need that. Let me put the hard mode stuff in here. I don't run out of space with it. Okay, let me get these things sorted in here so they quick stack properly. I think Eater should drop souls. The problem is, even if we were to, like, the Eater is not really a viable option, unfortunately, because getting the stuff to summon the Eater would require farming things in the first place. And the corruption is going to be way harder to farm, because it's more difficult to get rid of Devourers than it is to get rid of the other things. Floaty gross. But let's try revamping this. I don't need this Ashwood hammer anymore. I have an idea on how we might be able to... How you go a beat waff. Rewind the stream. You go watch. Okay. I need this zombie out of here. How am I gonna beat it? I already beat it. Like, that's what I want there. I would suggest just rewinding the stream if you want to go see how I did it. It'd be easier than explaining it. I mean, the answer was just that I lawnmowed it. I would suggest you just rewind the stream to like an hour ago. That's when I did it. I mean, I just hit it with a lawnmower. I sat in front of it, took attacks, and killed it. It's not really... I beat the wall was very big brain, what, walking into it repeatedly and hitting it with a lawnmower until it died. Okay, if I do something like this. Wait, oh wait. Like something like that, but a little bit different. Oh, the heart statues? Yeah, I had that idea like half an hour before I have a platinum on me. What the fuck? Where did I get a platinum from? I know I killed a mimic, but that was like... Oh, I guess from the crates. Crates must have done it. The planter boxes were definitely the reason I won. Having them set up at the correct height to hit the wall. Okay. Well, basically, we want to set up a situation who's going to be mowed next. A bunch of crimson enemies to get Keys of Night to get Flesh Knuckles. Leave me alone. Have I seen the Barbie movie? Aren't there, like, a ton of Barbie movies? Ico stickers are very annoying, yeah. There's a new one? I have not seen the new Barbie movie, no. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say that I don't think I have any interest in seeing the new Barbie movie. Given that I'm not a 9-year-old girl. Hang on. I'm way overthinking this. Ichor stickers have spawning requirements. All enemies that go through blocks have spawning requirements. If you're sitting in front of a player-placed wall, they can't spawn. This will be a minute. A little bit more than a minute. They are dying. They're not hitting me. And there are no enemies spawning because they can't spawn if you're in front of player-placed walls. Because enemies that go through blocks have that spawning requirement. So we can get Souls of Night this way. There we go, Soul of Night. See, I told you to get it on the surface. Which then raises the follow-up question of, what do we do while we do this? Do I read something? They can spawn during blood moons. Blood moons remove that requirement, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I could read something. Yeah, blood moons remove that requirement. I should tape down... What exactly is the plan for the wall? We killed the wall. Like, half an hour ago. 45 minutes ago? It's been a minute. As evidenced by the fact that we're currently in hard mode. Yeah, let's get to reading. Reading's cool. I'm gonna tone down the lawnmower sound, though. So, if a blood moon happens, we're kind of fucked, but... That's not too likely to happen. Yeah, what happened? I grappled. That's what happened. Stop. The Ichor sticker was going to the left because it got confused because I grappled and that canceled my damage. That's fine. I just need to set that up slightly better. I don't think there's really anything I can do to prevent the Ichor stickers from shooting me, though. Which is quite unfortunate. If I, can I use a one-way door? Like with hoiks? No. I don't think I can. Pretty sure I tried that at one point and it didn't work. Hammer platforms facing opposite the wall. Like with a hoik? You mean just put 3 platforms and hammer them? Because we tried that and it didn't work. I'm gonna set my spawn point to, in that room. So if we die, it'll just resume automatically. We don't have to worry about it. What am I gonna do about Souls of Light? I don't really need Souls of Light. And it's also easier for me to kill enemies in the... Like, I don't need... The reason I need a bunch of Souls of Night is because I need Flesh Knuckles. I need a lot of Flesh Knuckles. I don't need to kill Hollowed Mimics. And to get the Souls of Light to kill, to summon the mech bosses, I don't really need to put much work in. Fuck off. Whatever. I would only need 9. I'm gonna kill biomimics. You'll see when we get there. I have a plan. I'm gonna kill Moonlord? We're nowhere near that. We'll figure it out when we get there. To put it differently, if you want to figure out how I'm going to do something with the lawnmower, you'll have to wait and find out. Cactus bed. If I set my spawn here, it should be fully automated, so even if I die, we just continue walking over here and lawnmowing. Although I might need to repress the button if I die, which would be awkward. If I, hold on. If I reduce the size of this... I can probably just hit Ichor stickers the entire time. I don't have to worry about them hitting me. Yeah. That looks fine. You put in requests for otherworldly music. I don't have the party goal, so... No. Okay. Let's get this automated. So I don't have to hold down the buttons. Z button was stuck there. Put a water bottle on my keyboard so it holds down the A button. Come on. Hold down that button. Hold down the button. Okay. It's not holding down the button. You know what? I'm bored. I'm just going to rebind it to something that's easier to hold down than A. What happened? What if my attacking stopped? That was weird. Alright, controls. Let's move left. Enter. Enter seems like it'd be easy to hold down. What if I just put this here? Oh wait, but enter is also the type button. So what if instead I just put it on like mouse 5? I don't know. I just tape my mouse. And then also put attack on mouse 5. As long as I hold down mouse 5, it'll... Yeah. Okay. So now I just need to get the tape. Where did I put the tape? I had the tape here the other day. Because I had to tape down my mouse. Did I put the tape away? I got some heavier duty tape. Oh no, the tape's right here. It's behind me. Those spike balls in grass? What? Come on. Okay. Oh, thought I made it. Okay. So I got two options. I can either skip ahead, in our book readings, or I can keep going from the story that we left off on. Because we were reading them one by one at first. But I could also, skip ahead, potentially. We've been reading, The Complete Fiction of H.P. Lovecraft. And we just finished reading The Alchemist, which is page 7. 7 through 14. The next story is The Tomb. You would like to hear Mountains of Madness? That's a long one. That's almost 100 pages. Mummies aren't always being attacked since they're jumping. It's fine. I could read at the Mountains of Madness, but it's gonna be a long one. Alright, let's buckle up for a, I could put particular sound effects or musics on. I could also buff the spawn rates, which would make this take less time. Particularly since some of the enemies don't seem keen on actually coming down here. So let's... What do we want our ambient sounds to be? Last time we used, I think, memory crypts without the sneep snops as our ambient noise. For some spookies. Oh, my tape's over the sensor on the bottom of my, mouse. You're the Nameless City the other day? I have not read most of Lovecraft stuff. What song are we on here? Nah. Rainworld's too upbeat is the thing. Although, if there was one spooky track we could play on loop, we could potentially do that. As an option. But, like, I couldn't just put on Rainworld's soundtrack, because it's too upbeat. This is Obverse of the Old Wind. Opinions on gaming on a Mac? I don't really have much of an opinion on it. This one's kind of spooky. It's a bit more upbeat at the end there. I think this one's fine. I'll put Lost City on loop. I think it could fit the vibe. So let me know if the audio level for the music is good or too quiet or too loud. See ya, Team NWG. Compared to my voice, particularly if I start speaking a bit closer like this, how is the music in comparison? quiet? Loud? Good? Very good? Okay. I'll put it on loop. I'll also go ahead and bring down these sounds. Get ambient noise up, though. Let me just make sure it doesn't get too loud. Oh, it stays at about the same audio level. Let's tape my mouse back up, so it'll start automating this. I'm also going to put on my treasure magnet. Okay. What page is it? Page 776. What is this? This is my voter ID code. I was using this as a bookmark. Not voter ID code, but like voter registration code. Okay. Okay, this is a long book, so I don't know how much we'll get through. Oh, it's a long story. Almost 100 pages. At the Mountains of Madness. I am forced into speech because men of science have refused to follow my advice without knowing why. It is altogether against my will that I tell my reason for opposing this contemplated invasion of the Antarctic, with its vast fossil hunt and its wholesale boring and melting of the ancient ice cap. And I am the more reluctant because my warning may be in vain. Doubts of the real facts, as I must reveal them, is inevitable. Yet if I suppressed what will seem extravagant and incredible, there would be nothing left. The hitherto withheld photographs, both ordinary and aerial, will count in my favor, for they are damnably vivid and graphic. Still, they will be doubted because of the great lengths to which clever fakery can be carried. The ink drawings, of course, will be jeered at as obvious impostors, notwithstanding a strangeness of technique which out-experts ought to remark and puzzle over. In the end, I must rely on the judgment and standing of the few scientific leaders who have, on the one hand, sufficient independence of thought to weigh my data on its own hideously convincing merits, or in the light of certain primordial and highly baffling myth cycles, and on the other hand, sufficient influence to deter the exploring world in general from any rash and overambitious program in the region of those mountains of madness. It is an unfortunate fact that relatively obscure men like myself and my associates, connected only with a small university, have little chance of making an impression where matters of a wildly bizarre or highly controversial nature are concerned. It is further against us that we are not, in the strictest sense, specialists in the fields which came primarily to be concerned. I'm gonna up the spawn rates. This is taking a while. In-game. I don't wanna... The problem is things are getting stuck. Up top, particularly those Ichor stickers. But I think if we just upped the spawn rates, they would, just get a lot more of them. Most of the enemies out in the hole. Yeah, they're not. But they might be if I up the spawn rates, and if not, we'll just fix the hole. Oh, damn. Wraiths are coming now. Why? Why did they start coming? Does 10x spawn rates fuck with things? Hopelings can't fit. Okay, I have an idea. If I, Actually, that might just work. I don't know. Why are the rates coming now? I don't understand because they weren't. I wonder if 10x spawn rates fucks with spawning requirements. Hold on. Let me just fix the hole. So I could just revamp this a bit to make it so things actually get in properly. Maybe reduce spawn rates back. And controls. Use item, mouse 1, left. And let me oh wait, my spawn's right here, that's right. I was trying to just despawn everything. Maybe lowering the spawn rates? I don't need to lower the spawn rates below regular. But I just need to fix some small issues here. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect. To despawn the enemies that have picked up coins. Not sure why it just happened. And then if I go ahead and flatten this out a bit. Then they should stop getting caught on this pile here. And then the Herplings can't fit in, but I can't do anything about that. Like, the Herplings just aren't going to fit in. They just can't. Because there's nothing I can do about that. Because the Ichor stickers are a much bigger problem than the Herplings are, and it's one or the other. Either I can attack Ichor stickers, or Herplings can fit in. Because if it's any wider, Ichor stickers are going to hug the left side and then just shoot me. And I can't really do much about that. Maybe that was an issue. Now this part here, if I, just make some more hoiks. It should work fine. Because I have a couple of hoiks there, but if I just extend it, and also put one there. Actually, no, because they'll fall down anyway. It won't matter. Stop. Destroy gravestones. This is why I said that thing about wanting to make the surface prepared beforehand. Before we got into hard mode, because Ichor stickers are an absolute nightmare. When trying to traverse the Don't Dig Up surface on a Crimson World. I'll just put down more of these as I have them here. I really prefer you to win away, though, Floaty Grosses. It's mildly annoying having you there. I also would like it if that Ichor sticker came down here. It keeps hovering up there. There's not much I can do about that. Once we start getting banners, our efficiency will also go up a lot. Why do you keep... I made a smooth path for you. Why do you keep getting stuck there? How can I prevent that? Maybe if I hammered them to be sloped and a more direct path up, he'd just slide right up it. I don't know. What if I just did that? Is that sufficient? I think that actually is sufficient. I think if I were to do that, that might be enough. At least when it's daytime, you don't have to worry about wraiths. No, this is Don't Dig Up. They spawn 24/7. So it seems like single blocks are enough to block Ichor stickers. But if I have a sloped thing like that, I think I can get the Ichor stickers over here. And it'll work out fine. I think my spawn rates are at like 0.97 or something. Oh no, they're at 1. Okay. Go ahead and destroy some of these. Yeah, I think this will work out now. Because now the Ichor stickers won't get stuck, and the only enemies that do get stuck are, looks like that Crim Slime's having a bit of issue. Let me see if I can't... A couple things there. And then if I, slope these as well... Get out of here, Herpling. Get out of here. If I slope those, then I think the Ichor stickers should be able to get up them fine. Okay. Now... It works. No, they're still shooting me because the Lawnmower has a limit on the number of times it can hit enemies in a single... It doesn't have infinite piercing. It has limits, which is why this is happening. So what if we were to try a revamped... It didn't work before, but maybe we can rework it to work properly. If I did something like... Probably they get stuck on that. Yeah, this is just some random rainbow track. Not, because the problem is, like... What if I were to do something like this? The other problem is I need to hold down. Use 3 platforms I can go inside the block. Look, now, I don't know if you understand this, and this may be the source of your confusion. You have to walk forward to deal damage with the Lawnmower. I know I can go inside of this block, but the problem is if I go inside of this block, I have to walk forward into the enemies in order to deal damage to them. That's why this doesn't work. Like, I would have to have something to catch me to stop me from walking forward, but I can't think of anything that would allow the enemies to stay where they are and also prevent me from going forward. Because the Hoik wouldn't work, because the Hoik would also push me into it, and or do what was happening there. Yeah, because... I mean, I can try, but I doubt it's going to work, because I don't think it would allow enemies to stay where they are if I put a block in front of where I'd be walking in front of. Because there needs to be something to stop me from walking forward. I could put something here, but the problem is things can't get down here now. Maybe if the Ichor stickers can't shoot me, I could expand it slightly. I don't even know if the Ichor stickers can't shoot me. Why can't I use a 1-block gap? Because the Lawnmower needs a 2-block gap. The Ichor sticker to get up here first. He's really not very keen on that, is he? Let me go hammer that. Please get over here, Mr. Ichor Sticker. You stuck on that one, too? Damn it, that one's not hammered either. There we go. Now I think... We'll see. Once I get banners, our efficiency also goes up a lot. We'll see. Alright, I'll try it. I'll leave it AFK. See if anything goes wrong. Actually working fine. Controls. Mouse 5. Mouse 5. Force before I tape it. There we go. Oh, my inventory's full though. Shit. Do I care? What's gonna drop? It'll be there when I come back. I'm not gonna get 2,000s or something. Okay. Let's boss him in the most difficult. Skeletron. Okay, back to At the Mountains of Madness. So, if you missed it, we read the first couple paragraphs, and it was essentially the story of a man that had gone onto an expedition in the Antarctic and had found something of which men of science did not believe. And he's therefore telling this story here. As a geologist, my object in leading the Miskatonic University expedition was wholly that of securing deep-level specimens of rock and soil from various parts of the Antarctic continent, aided by the remarkable drill devised by Professor Frank H. Pabodi of our engineering department. I had no wish to be a pioneer in any other field than this, but I did hope that the use of this new mechanical appliance at different points along previously explored paths, would bring to light materials of a sort hitherto unreached by the ordinary methods of collection. Pabodi's drilling apparatus, as the public already knows from our reports, was unique and radical in its lightness, portability, and capacity to combine the ordinary artesian drill principle with the principle of a small circular rock drill in such a way as to cope quickly with the strata of varying hardness. This is currently set to Master Mode, yeah, Joey. We fought the Wall of Flesh on Classic, because it simply wouldn't have been possible on a difficulty higher than that. Steel head, jointed rods, gasoline motor, collapsible wooden derrick, dynamiting paraphernalia, cording, rubbish removal auger, and sectional piping for bores 5 inches wide and up to 1,000 feet deep, all formed, with needed accessories, no greater load than 3 7-dog sledges could carry. This being made possible by the clever aluminum alloy of which most of the metal objects were fashioned. 4 large Dornier aeroplanes, designed especially for the tremendous altitude flying necessary on the Antarctic plateau with the added fuel warming and quick starting devices worked out by Pabodi, could transport our entire expedition from a base at the edge of the Great Ice Barrier to various suitable inland points, and from these points a sufficient quota of dogs would serve us. We plan to cover as great an area as one Antarctic season, or longer if absolutely necessary, would permit, operating mostly in the mountain ranges and on the plateau south of Ross Sea, regions explored in varying degree by Shackleton, Amundsen, Scott, and Bird. It is doable, yeah. With frequent changes of camp made by aeroplane and involving distances great enough to be of geological significance, we expected to unearth a quite unprecedented amount of material, especially in the pre-Cambrian strata of which so narrow a range of Antarctic specimens had previously been secured. We wished also to obtain as great as possible a variety of the upper fossiliferous rocks, since the primal life history of this bleak realm of ice and death is of the highest importance to our knowledge of the Earth's past. That the Antarctic continent was once temperate and even tropical, with a teeming vegetable and animal life of which the lichens, marine fauna, arachnida, and penguins of the northern edge are the only survivals, is a matter of common information, and we hope to expand that information in variety, accuracy, and detail. When a simple boring revealed fossiliferous signs, we should enlarge the aperture by blasting in order to get specimens of suitable size and condition. Boring means having a large drill. Oh, thank you, Shayura's Wrath. Essentially drilling down to try to get specimens in the rock using a new special type of drill. Our borings, of varying depth according to the promise held out by the upper soil of rock, were to be confined to exposed or nearly exposed land surfaces, these inevitably being slopes and ridges because of the mile or 2 mile thickness of solid ice overlaying the lower levels. We could not afford to waste drilling depth on any considerable amount of mere glaciation, though Pabodie had worked out a plan for sinking copper electrodes in thick clusters of borings and melting off limited areas of ice with current from a gasoline-driven dynamo. It is this plan, which we could not put into effect except experimentally on an expedition such as ours, that the coming Starkweather Moor expedition proposes to follow despite the warnings I have issued since our return from the Antarctic. The public knows of the Miskatonic expedition through our frequent wireless reports to the Outcome Advertiser and Associated Press, and through the later articles of Pabodie and myself. We consisted of 4 men from the university: Pabodie, Lake of the biology department, Atwood of the physics department, also a meteorologist, and I, representing geology and having nominal command, besides 16 assistants, 7 graduate students from Miskatonic, and 9 skilled mechanics. Of these 16, 12 were qualified aeroplane pilots, all but 2 of whom were competent wireless operators. 8 of them understood navigation with compass and sextant, as did Pabodie, Atwood, and I. In addition, of course, our 2 ships, wooden X-whalers, reinforced for ice conditions and having auxiliary steam, were fully manned. The Nathaniel Derby Pickman Foundation, aided by a few special contributions, financed the expedition. Hence, our preparations were extremely thorough despite the absence of great publicity. The dogs, sledges, machines, camp materials, and unassembled parts of our 5 planes were delivered in Boston, and there our ships were loaded. We were marvelously well equipped for our specific purposes, and in all matters pertaining to supplies, regimen, transportation, and camp construction, we profited by the excellent example of our many recent and exceptionally brilliant predecessors. It was the unusual number and fame of these predecessors which made our own expedition, ample though it was, so little noticed by the world at large. As the newspapers told, we sailed from Boston Harbor on September 2nd, 1930, taking a leisurely course down the coast and through the Panama Canal, and stopping at Samoa and Hobart, Tasmania, at which later... Hobart is a place in Tasmania. It's Hobart, Tasmania. And stopping at Samoa and Hobart, Tasmania, at which latter place we took on final supplies. None of our exploring party had ever been to the polar regions before, hence we all relied greatly on our ship captains, J.B. Douglas, commanding the brig Outcome, and serving as commander of the sea party, and George Thorfinson, commanding the bark Miskatonic, both veteran whalers in the Antarctic waters. As we left the inhabited world behind, the sun sank lower and lower in the north, and we stayed longer and longer above the horizon each day. At about 62 degrees south latitude, we sighted our first icebergs, table-like objects with vertical sides, and just before reaching the Antarctic Circle, which we crossed on October 20th with appropriately quaint ceremonies, we were considerably troubled with field ice. The falling temperature bothered me considerably after our long voyage through the tropics, but I tried to brace up for the worst rigors to come. On many occasions, the curious atmospheric effects enchanted me vastly, these including a strikingly vivid mirage, the first I had ever seen, at which distant bergs became the battlements of unimaginable cosmic castles. Pushing through the ice, which was fortunately neither extensive nor thickly packed, we regained open water at south latitude 67 degrees, east longitude 175. On the morning of October 26th, a strong land blink occurred on the south, and before noon we all felt a thrill of excitement at beholding a vast, lofty, and snow-clad mountain chain, which opened out and covered the whole vista ahead. At last we had encountered an outpost of the great unknown continent and its cryptic world of frozen death. These peaks were obviously the Admiralty Range discovered by Ross, and it would now be our task to round Cape Adare and sail down the east coast of Victoria Land to our contemplated base on the shore of McMurdo Sound at the foot of the volcano Erebus in south latitude 77 degrees 9. Is this a true story? I'll leave it for you to decide. The last lap of the voyage was vivid and fancy-stirring, great barren peaks of mystery looming up constantly against the west as the low northern sun of noon or the still lower horizon grazing southern sun of midnight poured its hazy reddish rays over the white snow, bluish ice and water lanes, and black bits of exposed granite slope. Though the desolate summit swept raging intermittent gusts of the terrible Antarctic wind, whose cadences sometimes held vague suggestions of a wild and half-sentient musical piping, with notes extending over a wide range and which for some unconscious mnemonic reason seemed to me disquieting, and even dimly terrible. Something about the scene reminded me of the strange and disturbing Asian paintings of Nicholas Roerich, and of the still stranger and more disturbing descriptions of the evilly fabled plateau of Leng, which occur in the dreaded Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred. I was rather sorry, later on, that I had ever looked into that monstrous book at the college library. On the 7th of November, sight of the westward range having been temporarily lost, we passed Franklin Island, and the next day descried the cones of Mounts Erebus and Terror on the Ross Island ahead, with the long line of the Perry Mountains beyond. There now stretched off to the east the low, white line of the Great Ice Barrier, rising perpendicularly to a height of 200 feet like the rocky cliffs of Quebec, and marking the end of southward navigation. In the afternoon, we entered McMurdo Sound and stood off the coast of the lee of smoking Mount Erebus. The Skoriak Peak towered up some 12,700 feet against the eastern sky, like a Japanese print of the sacred Fujiyama, while beyond it rose the white, ghost-like height of Mount Terror, 10,900 feet in altitude, and now extinct as a volcano. Puffs of smoke from Erebus came intermittently, and one of the graduate assistants, a brilliant young fellow named Danforth, pointed out what looked like lava on the snowy slope, remarking that this mountain, discovered in 1840, had undoubtedly been the source of Poe's image when he wrote 7 years later of "the lavas that restlessly roll their sulphurous currents down Yannick, and the ultimate climbs of the pole that groan as they roll down Mount Yannick, in the realms of the boreal pole." Danforth was a great reader of bizarre material, and had talked a good deal of Poe. I was interested myself because of the Antarctic scene of Poe's only long story, the disturbing and enigmatical Arthur Gordon Pym. On the barren shore, and on the lofty ice barrier in the background, myriads of grotesque penguins squawked and flapped their fins, while many fat seals were visible on the water, swimming or sprawling across large cakes of slowly drifting ice. Using small boats, we effected a difficult landing on Ross Island shortly after midnight on the morning of the 9th. Carrying a line of cable from each of the ships and preparing to unload supplies by means of a breeches buoy arrangement. Our sensations on first treading Antarctic soil were poignant and complex. Even though at this particular point the Scott and Shackleton expeditions had preceded us. Our camp on the frozen shore below the volcano slope was only a provisional one, headquarters being kept aboard the Arkham. We landed all our drilling apparatus, dogs, sledges, tents, provisions, gasoline tanks, experimental ice melting outfit, cameras, both ordinary and aerial, aeroplane parts, and other accessories, including 3 small portable wireless outfits, besides those in the planes capable of communicating with the Arkham's large outfit from any part of the Antarctic continent that we would be likely to visit. The ship's outfit, communicating with the outside world, was to convey press reports to the Arkham Advertiser's powerful wireless station on Kingsport Head, Massachusetts. We hoped to complete our work during a single Antarctic summer, but if this proved impossible, we would winter on the Arkham, sending the Miskatonic north before the freezing of the ice for another summer's supplies. I need not repeat what the newspapers had already published about our early work, of our ascent of Mount Erebus, our successful mineral borings at several points on Ross Island, and the singular speed with which Peabody's apparatus accomplished them. Even through solid rock layers, our provisional test of the small ice-melting equipment, our perilous ascent of the Great Barrier with sledges and supplies, and our final assembling of 5 huge aeroplanes at the camp atop the barrier. The health of our land party, 20 men and 55 Alaskan sledge dogs, was remarkable, though of course we had so far encountered no really destructive temperatures or windstorms. For the most part, the thermometer varied between 0 and 20 degrees or 25 degrees above, and our experience with New England winter had accustomed us to the rigors of this sort. The barrier camp was semi-permanent and destined to be a storage cache for gasolines, provisions, dynamite, and other supplies. Only 4 of our planes were needed to carry the actual exploring material, the 5th being left with a pilot and 2 men from the ships at the storage cache to form a means of reaching us from the Outcome, in case all our exploring planes were lost. Later, when not using all the other planes for moving apparatus, we would employ 1 or 2 in a shuttle transportation service between this cache and another permanent base on the Great Plateau from 600 to 700 miles southward, beyond Beardmore Glacier. Despite the almost unanimous accounts of appalling winds and tempests that pour down from the plateau, we determined to dispense with intermediate bases, taking our chances in the interest of economy and profitable efficiency. Wireless reports have spoken of the breathtaking 4-hour non-stop flight of our squadron on November 21st over the lofty shelf ice, with vast peaks rising on the west and the unfathomed silences echoing to the sound of our engines. Wind troubled us only moderately, and our radio compasses helped us through the one opaque fog we encountered. When the vast rise loomed ahead between latitudes 83 degrees and 84, we knew we had reached the Beardmore Glacier, the largest valley glacier in the world, and that the frozen sea was now giving place to a frowning and mountainous coastline. At last, we were truly entering the white, eon-dead world of the ultimate south, and even as we realized it, we saw the peak of Mount Nansen in the eastern distance, towering up to its height of almost 15,000 feet. The successful establishment of the southern base above the glacier in latitude 86 degrees 7 feet, east longitude 174 degrees 23 feet, and the phenomenally rapid and effective borings and blastings made at various points reached by our sledge trips and short aeroplane flights are matters of history, as is the arduous and triumphant ascent of Mount Nansen by Peabody and 2 of the graduate students, Gedney and Carroll, on December 13th to 15th. We were some 8,500 feet above sea level, and when experimental drillings revealed solid ground only 12 feet down through the snow and ice at certain points, we made considerable use of the small melting apparatus and sunk bores and performed dynamiting at many places where no previous explorer had ever thought of securing mineral specimens. The pre-Cambrian granites and beacon sandstones thus obtained confirmed our belief that this plateau was homogeneous, with the great bulk of the continent to the west, but somewhat different from the parts lying eastward below South America, which we then thought to form a separate and smaller continent divided from the larger one by a frozen junction of Ross and Weddell seas, though Bird has since disproved this hypothesis. In certain of the sandstones, dynamited and chiseled after boring revealed their nature, we found some highly interesting fossil markings and fragments, notably ferns, seaweed, trilobites, crinoids, and such mollusks as lingulae and gastropods, all of which seemed of real significance in connection with the region's primordial history. There was also a queer triangular striated marking, about a foot in greatest diameter, which Lake pierced through with 3 fragments of slate brought up from a deep-blasted aperture. These fragments came from a point to the westward, near the Queen Alexandra Range, and Lake, as a biologist, seemed to find their curious markings unusually puzzling and provocative, though to my geological eye it looked not unlike some of the ripple effects reasonably common in the sedimentary rocks. Since slate is no more than a metamorphic formation into which a sedimentary stratum is pressed, and since the pressure itself produces odd distorting effects on any markings which may exist, I saw no reason for extreme wonder over the striated depression. On January 6th, 1931, Lake, Peabody, Danforth, all 6 of the students, 4 mechanics and I, flew directly over the South Pole in 2 of the Great Plains, being forced down once by a sudden high wind which fortunately did not develop into a typical storm. This was, as the papers have stated, one of the several observation flights, during others of which we tried to discern new topographical features in areas unreached by previous explorers. Our early flights were disappointing in this latter respect, though they afforded us some magnificent examples of the richly fantastic and deceptive mirages of the polar regions, of which our sea voyage had given us some brief foretastes. Distant mountains floated in the sky as enchanted cities, and often the whole white world would dissolve into a gold, silver, and scarlet land of Dunsanian dreams and adventurous expectancy under the magic of the low midnight sun. On cloudy days, we had considerable trouble in flying, owing to the tendency of snowy earth and sky to merge into one mystical opalescent void with no visible horizon to mark the junction of the two. At length, we resolved to carry out our original plan of flying 500 miles eastward, with all 4 exploring planes and establish a small fresh sub-base at a point which would probably be on the smaller continental division, as we mistakenly conceived it. Geological specimens obtained there would be desirable for our purposes of comparison. Our health so far had remained excellent. Lime juice well above 0. Oh, I skipped a line. It's a little difficult. Oh, what killed me? Wraith? Ah, fuck off, Wraith. Oh, it's a, werewolf night. I need to... Okay, there we go. I have to press it down anytime we die to get back into the, spot to farm them. Get out of here, Wraith. This Wraith's gonna be a pain in the ass. We're gonna have to, like, manually get rid of it. I thought they didn't show up if you had background walls, but maybe that information wasn't correct. How are we gonna do this? If I just hang out here, I think the Wraith will come back and get caught in that trap beneath us. Is the Wraith gone? No, he's still there. But the angling of it, if I... Okay. Should work out. This... Lovecraft's things are somewhat difficult. Yeah, you might have noticed me stumbling a little bit. He has a very interesting, antiquated writing style with a lot of commas, and it is a little bit difficult to determine, reading it for the first time, the inflection with which things are supposed to be said and where stress goes in sentences, which is why I've been occasionally stumbling over a few words or, taking intermittent pauses. Our health so far had remained excellent. Lime juice well offsetting the steady diet of tinned and salted food, and temperatures generally above 0, enabling us to do without our thickest furs. It was now midsummer, and with haste and care we might be able to conclude work by March and avoid a tedious wintering through the long Antarctic night. Several savage windstorms had burst upon us from the west, but we had escaped damage through the skill of Atwood in devising rudimentary aeroplane shelters and windbreaks of heavy snow blocks, and reinforcing the principal camp buildings with snow. Our good luck and efficiency had indeed been almost uncanny. So, if it's been a bit difficult to determine what's going on so far, if you haven't been here for the whole story, this is essentially the story of an expedition to the Antarctic, of a geologist and other people from Miskatonic University, to investigate with a new drilling technique, a new drill and technique designed by Probody, that allowed them to drill deeper and get better samples as they try to determine what primordial life in the Antarctic had been, because it wasn't always a frozen wasteland. It once was teeming with life. And, as of so far, their expedition has essentially been going as perfectly as they could. They prepared accordingly, they brought everything they would need, they have a slightly risky strategy that involves setting up several sub-bases in a region that's prone to rather severe weather. But everything has been going by the numbers. Their luck, almost uncanny, as the narrator describes it. While we're playing on Don't Dig Up Seed, there are no time limits for any bosses except the Wall of Flesh on the Don't Dig Up Seed, so that's why we're doing it. However, as ominously foreshadowed by the narrator in the first paragraph, the expedition had encountered something fantastical, something that men of science refused to believe. And he writes this as a warning to discourage further expeditions. The outside world knew, of course, of our program, and was told also of Lake's strange and dogged insistence on a westward, or rather, northwestward, prospecting trip before our radical shift to the new base. It seems he had pondered a great deal, and with alarmingly radical daring, over that triangular striated marking in the slate, reading into it certain contradictions in nature and geological period which whetted his curiosity to the utmost and made him avid to sink more borings and blasting into the west-stretching formation to which the exhumed fragments evidently belonged. So at this point, Lake, one of the people on the expedition, after having encountered a strange triangular striated piece of rock, decided rather radically on a shift of their course to go experiment and explore somewhere else to find where that thing came from. He was strangely convinced that the marking was the print of some bulky, unknown, and radically unclassifiable organism with considerably advanced evolution, notwithstanding that the rock which bore it was of so vastly ancient a date, Cambrian, if not actually pre-Cambrian, as to preclude the probable existence not only of all highly evolved life, but of any life at all above the unicellular or at most the trilobite stage. These fragments, with their odd marking, must have been 500 million to 1,000 million years old. Popular imagination. Get out of here, Wraith. Okay, you got out. Popular imagination, I judge, responded actively to our wireless bulletins of Lake's start northwestward into regions never trodden by human foot or penetrated by human imagination, though we did not mention his wild hopes of revolutionizing the entire sciences of biology and geology. His preliminary sledging and boring journey of January 11th to 18th with Pobodi and 5 others, marred by the loss of 2 dogs and an upset when crossing one of the great pressure ridges in the ice, had brought up more and more of the Archaean slate, and even I was interested by the singular profusion of evident fossil markings in that unbelievably ancient stratum. These markings, however, were of very primitive life forms involving no great paradox except that any life form should occur in rock as definitely pre-Cambrian, as this seemed to be. Hence, I still failed to see the good sense of Lake's demand for an interlude in our time-saving program. An interlude requiring the use of all 4 planes, many men, and the whole of the expedition's mechanical apparatus. I did not, in the end, veto the plan, though I decided not to accompany the northwestward party, despite Lake's plea for my geological advice. While they were gone, I would remain at the base with Pobodi and 5 men and work out final plans for the eastward shift. In preparation for this transfer, one of the planes had begun to move up a good gasoline supply from McMurdo Sound, but this could wait temporarily. I kept with me 1 sledge and 9 dogs, since it is unwise to be at any times without possible transportation in an utterly tenantless world of eon-long death. So, at this point, you're trying to beat Terraria with 1 hand. Is it really that hard if you beat Band Summon? You'd pretty much just be stuck tanking. I don't think it'd be unreasonably difficult. But your ability to dodge would be greatly diminished, and I feel like you'd just be stuck face tanking things. At this point, Lake, the man who had been radically interested in this strange slate that had been pressed into by some impossibly ancient organism, took 4 of the planes and most of the men from the expedition off to the west, while the narrator stayed with Pobodi and several dogs and other men at one of the sub-bases they had set up. Lake's sub-expedition into the unknown, as everyone will recall, sent out its own reports from the shortwave transmitters on the plains, these being simultaneously picked up by our apparatus at the southern base and by the Outcome at McMurdo Sound, whence they were relayed to the outside world on wavelengths up to 50 meters. The start was made January 22nd at 4 a.m., and the first wireless message we received came only 2 hours later, when Lake spoke of descending and starting a small ice melting and bore at a point some 300 miles away from us. 6 hours after that, a second and very excited message told of the frantic, beaver-like work whereby a shallow shaft had been sunk and blasted, culminating in the discovery of slate fragments with several markings approximately like the one which had caused the original puzzlement. 3 hours later, a brief bulletin announced the resumption of the flight in the teeth of a raw and piercing gale. and when I dispatched a message of protest against further hazards, Lake replied curtly that his new specimens made any hazard worth taking. I saw that his excitement had reached the point of mutiny, and that I could do nothing to check this headlong risk of the whole expedition's success. But it was appalling to think of his plunging deeper and deeper into that treacherous and sinister white immensity of tempests and unfathomed mysteries which stretched off some 1,500 miles into the half-known, half-suspected coastline of Queen Mary and Knoxlands. Then, in about an hour and a half more, came that doubly excited message from Lake's moving plane, which almost reversed my sentiments and made me wish I had accompanied the party. 10:05 p.m. On the wing. After snowstorm, have spied mountain range ahead higher than any hitherto seen. May equal Himalayas, allowing for height of plateau. Probable latitude 76 degrees 15 feet, longitude 113 degrees 10 feet. Reach as far as can see to right and left. Suspicion of 2 smoking cones. All peaks black and bare of snow. Gale blowing off them impedes navigation. The hardest part you discovered in that challenge is you can't attack and move at the same time. Well, you could just hold the mouse in your hand. Like, if you have WASD, you could hold the mouse and then, like, hold down A with, like, your pinky while you hold the mouse, right? Or whatever movement button you feel like. After that, Pobodi, the men, and I hung breathlessly over the receiver. Thought of this titanic mountain rampart 700 miles away inflamed our deepest sense of adventure, and we rejoiced that our expedition, if not ourselves personally, had been its discoverers. In half an hour, Lake called us again. Moulton's plane forced down on plateau and foothills, but nobody hurt and perhaps can repair. Shall transfer essentials to other 3 for return or further moves if necessary, but no more heavy plane travel needed just now. Mountains surpass anything in imagination. Am going up scouting in Carroll's plane with all weight out. You can't imagine anything like this. Highest peaks must go over 35,000 feet. Everest out of the running. Atwood to work out height with theodolite while Carroll and I go up. Probably wrong about cones, for formations look stratified. Possibly Precambrian slate with other strata mixed in. Queer skyline effects, regular sections of cubes clinging to highest peaks. Whole thing marvelous in red-gold light of low sun, like a land of mystery in a dream or gateway to forbidden world of untrodden wonder. Wish you were here to study. Have I gotten any banners? I haven't. Okay. Once I get banners, I'll probably take a break to collect this loot and put up banners. Though it was technically sleeping time, not one of us listeners thought for a moment of retiring. It must have been a good deal the same at McMurdo Sound, where the supply cache and the outcome were also getting the messages. Captain Douglas gave out a call congratulating everybody on the important find, and Sherman, the cache operator, seconded his sentiments. We were sorry, of course, about the damaged airplane, but hoped it could be easily mended. Then, at 11 p.m., came another call from Lake. Up with Carroll, over highest foothills. Don't dare try really tall peaks in present weather, but shall try later. Frightful work climbing, and hard going at this altitude, but worth it. Great range fairly solid, hence, can't get any glimpses beyond. Main summits exceed Himalayas, and very queer. Range looks like Precambrian slate, with plain signs of many other upheaved strata. Was wrong about volcanism. Goes farther in either direction than we can see. Swept clear of snow, above about 21,000 feet. Yeah. Odd formations on slopes of highest mountains. Great low square blocks with exactly vertical sides and rectangular lines of low vertical ramparts, like the old Asian castles clinging to steep mountains in Roerik's paintings. Impressive from distance. Flew close to some, and Carroll thought they were formed of smaller separate pieces, but that is probably weathering. Most edges crumbled and rounded off as if exposed to storms and climate changes for millions of years. Pouts, especially upper pouts, seem to be of lighter colored rock than any visible strata on slopes proper, hence an evidently crystalline origin. Close flying shews many cave mouths, some unusually regular in outline, square or semicircular. You must come and investigate. Think I saw a rampart squarely on top of one peak. Height seems about 30,000 to 35,000 feet. Am up 21,500 myself in devilish gnawing cold. Wind whistles and pipes through passes. Wind whistles and pipes through passes and in and out of caves, but no flying danger so far. Pipes was a verb. It was saying the wind is piping. It pipes. From then on, for another half hour, Lake kept up a running fire of comment and expressed his intention of climbing some of the peaks on foot. I replied that I would join him as soon as I could send a plane and that Pabodi and I would work out the best gasoline plan. Just where and how to concentrate our supply in view of the expedition's altered character. Obviously, Lake's boring operations, as well as his aeroplane activities, would need a great deal delivered for the new base which he was to establish at the foot of the mountains. And it was possible that the eastward flight might not be made after all this season. In connection with this business, I called Captain Douglas and asked him to get as much as possible out of the ships and up the barrier with the single dog team we had left there. A direct route across the unknown region between Lake and McMurdo Sound was what we really ought to establish. Hey, MSDO99 only. Lake called me later to say that he had decided to let the camp stay where Moulton's plane had been forced down, and where repairs had already progressed somewhat. The ice sheet was very thin, with dark ground here and there visible, and he would sink some borings and blasts at that very point before making any sledge trips or climbing expeditions. He spoke of the ineffable majesty of the whole scene, and the queer state of his sensations at being in the lee of vast silent pinnacles whose ranks shot up like a wall reaching the sky of the world's rim. Atwood's theodolite observations had placed the height of the 5 tallest peaks at from 30,000 to 34,000 feet. The windswept nature of the terrain clearly disturbed Lake, for it argued the occasional existence of prodigious gales violent beyond anything we had encountered so far. His camp lay a little more than 5 miles from where the higher foothills abruptly rose. I could almost trace a note of subconscious alarm in his words, flashed across a glacial void of 700 miles, as he urged that we all hasten with the matter and get the strange new region disposed of as soon as possible. He was about to rest now, after a continuous day's work of almost unparalleled speed, strenuousness, and results. In the morning, I had a 3-cornered wireless talk with Lake and Captain Douglas at their widely separated bases, and it was agreed that one of Lake's planes would come to my base for Pabodi, the 5 men, and myself, as well as for all the fuel it could carry. The rest of the fuel question, depending on our decision about an easterly trip, could wait for a few days, since Lake had enough for immediate camp heat and borings. Eventually, the old southern base ought to be restocked, but if we postponed the easterly trip, we would not use it till the next summer, and meanwhile Lake must send a plane to explore a direct route between his new mountains and McMurdo Sound. Pabodi and I prepared to close our base for a short or long period, as the case might be. If we wintered in the Antarctic, we would probably fly straight from Lake's base to the Outcome without returning to this spot. Some of our conical tents had already been reinforced by blocks of hard snow, and now we decided to complete the job of making a permanent Esquimaux village. Owing to a very liberal tent supply, Lake had with him all that his base would need even after our arrival. I wirelessed that Pabodi and I would be ready for the northwestward move after 1 day's work and 1 night's rest. Our labors, however, were not very steady after 4 p.m., for about that time Lake began sending in the most extraordinary and excited messages. His working day had started unpropitiously? Since an aeroplane survey of the nearly exposed rock surfaces shewed an entire absence of those Arcanian and primordial strata for which he was looking, and which formed so great a part of the colossal peaks that loomed up a tantalizing distance from the camps. Most of the rocks glimpsed were apparently Jurassic and Comanchean sandstones and Permian and Triassic schists, with now and then a glossy black outcropping suggesting a hard and slaty coal. And this rather discouraged Lake, whose plans all hinged on unearthing specimens more than 500 million years or older. How are we doing on time? Oh, on souls. Okay. 20 souls so far. Oh, we got a Blood Mummy banner. Let's take a quick break and get that banner up. Along with make some inventory space to, pick up all this loot. Okay, we don't need a workbench, we don't need gravestones, we don't need an obelisk. We don't need crimsand, tombstones, shell piles, headstones, mud blocks. Okay. Now we should do actual damage to blood mummies, I'm pretty sure. I think we'll have enough damage. We'll see. Yo, 9 damage to blood mummies. Hell yeah. That's gonna speed this up a lot. I've noticed a lack of ichor stickers for a large part. Okay, back to it. So, at this point, as a recap, how am I doing 9? Banners multiply damage before defense. Hold on, my tape job wasn't very good. Which means, rather than, unlike critical hits, which multiply damage after defense. So normally we do 8 damage, and that's reduced by a blood mummy's defense. They must have, if we're going from 16 to 9, they must have 14 points of defense. Something around 14. 13, 14, 15, something in there. And when we do only 8 damage a hit, that gets reduced to 1. When we do 16 damage a hit, that gets reduced to 9. It has to do with when defense is applied. And is why banners are so powerful. Because they uniquely get applied before defense, unlike most other things. Well, I guess it's really just critical hits. Okay. But yes, at this point, the narrator and Kabodi are at an intermediary camp between Lake and the ships. They are hundreds of miles apart, ultimately. But are receiving wireless transmissions from Lake, who had gone to this surreal and unbelievable mountain range filled with massive peaks, unlike anything else in the Antarctic they'd seen. The peaks they had spotted had been in the range of 18 defense. That doesn't make any... Oh, wait, I have a Sharptooth necklace, that's why. It'd get down to 13, because Sharptooth. Yeah. Just an incredible mountain range, easily double the size of the other mountains they'd encountered, which were already massive in size. And Lake had begun surveying the area, taking some rock samples and investigating the area, and he seemed to be somewhat unnerved at the wind, some degree of haste that the narrator had felt being suggested upon him as to get out there quickly. And Lake had been somewhat disappointed, as the samples he had found came from earlier periods than he had suspected. He was looking for things pre-Cambrian, more than 500 million years old, whereas he's getting things from the Jurassic, Triassic, Permian, and Comanchean era. He had resolved, nevertheless, to do some local boring as part of the expedition's general program, hence set up the drill and put 5 men to work with it, while the rest finished settling the camp and repairing the damaged airplane. The softest visible rock, a sandstone about a quarter of a mile from the camp, had been chosen for the first sampling. And the drill made excellent progress without much supplementary blasting. It was about 3 hours afterward, following the first really heavy blast of the operation, that the shouting of the drill crew was heard. And that young Gedney, the acting foreman, rushed into the camp with this startling news. They had struck a cave. Early in the boring, the sandstone had given place to a vein of Comanchean limestone, full of minute fossil cephalopods, corals, echini, and spirifera, and with occasional suggestions of siliceous sponges, and marine vertebrate bones. The latter probably of teleosts, sharks, and ganoids. God, I don't... These fucking words, man. I don't... I know they're biological terms, but God, I don't know how to pronounce this shit. This in itself was important enough, as affording the first vertebrate fossils the expedition had yet secured. But when shortly afterward the drill head dropped through the stratum into apparent vacancy, a wholly new and doubly intense wave of excitement spread across the excavators. A good-sized blast had laid open the subterranean secret, and now, through a jagged aperture, perhaps 5 feet across and 3 feet thick, there yawned before the avid searchers a section of shallow limestone hollowing worn more than 50 million years ago by the trickling groundwaters of a bygone tropic world. Okay, let me reread that sentence, because I think I got the inflection a little bit wrong. A good-sized blast had laid open the subterranean secret, and now, through a jagged aperture, perhaps 5 feet across and 3 feet thick, there yawned before the avid searchers a section of shallow limestone, hollowing worn... God damn it, I did it again. A good-sized blast had laid open the subterranean secret, and now, through a jagged aperture, perhaps 5 feet across and 3 feet thick, there yawned before the avid searchers a section of shallow limestone hollowing, worn more than 50 million years ago by the trickling groundwaters of a bygone tropic world. The hollowed layer was not more than 7 or 8 feet deep, but extended off indefinitely in all directions, and had a fresh, slightly moving air which suggested its membership in an extensive subterranean system. Its roof and floor were abundantly equipped with large stalactites and stalagmites, some of which met in columnar form. But important above all else was the vast deposit of shells and bones which in places nearly choked the passage. Oh, we died. Hold on, god damn it, I need to... The weights are gonna get back now. We have to... What is that do you see that mummy? I was like spinning back and forth when it was confused. We're getting a good amount of souls though. This is mostly AFKable. 25 so far. Which, for the rate we've been doing things at, is pretty noteworthy. I really hope these guys fall down here properly. Okay, good. How are we doing on any other banners? It's still just the one. So at this point, the drillers had encountered some subterranean cave, about 7 or 8 feet thick. Just a large pocket beneath the surface, untouched for millions and millions of years. Well, actually, it might have just been 7 or 8 feet. I'm not sure if that means it was 7 or 8 feet below the surface, or 7 or 8 feet, like, tall. I suppose it might mean just 7 or 8 feet beneath the surface. I am Elizabeth, yeah. We're reading a long book right now, at the Mountains of Madness. It's almost 100 pages. I think we're about 10 pages in, so we're about 10% of the way through the book. Its roof and floor were abundantly in the stalactites. Its roof and floor were abundantly equipped with large stalactites and stalagmites, some of which met in columnar form, but important above all else was the vast deposits of shells and bones, which in places nearly choked the passage. Did the wraith get back up here? God damn. Where do these wraiths keep coming from? I guess the background thing, wall thing must not be true. I thought it was, but... I suppose not. I don't know how to deal with the wraiths over there. Maybe we just save and quit. Because I don't know how to get them out of here if they're on the, Actually, I have an idea. I'll need to undo this real quick. Actually, no. Did that work? Is that sufficient? Oh, it seems to have worked. Alright, I'll take it. Okay. Washed down from unknown jungles of Mesozoic tree ferns and fungi, and forests of tertiary cycads, fan palms, and primitive angiosperms, this osseous medley contained representatives of more Cretaceous, Eocene, and other animal species than the greatest paleontologist could have counted or classified in a year. Mollusks, crustacean armor, fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and early mammals, great and small, known and unknown. No wonder Gedney ran back to the camp shouting, and no wonder everyone else dropped work and rushed headlong through the biting cold to where the tall derrick marked a newfound gateway to secrets of inner earth and vanished eons. When Lake had satisfied the first keen edge of his curiosity, he scribbled a message in his notebook and had young Moulton run back to the camp to dispatch it wirelessly. This was my first word of the discovery, and it told of the identification of early shells, bones of ganoids and placiderms, remnants of labyrinthodonts and thecodonts, great mosasaur skull fragments, dinosaur vertebrae and armor plates, pterodactyl teeth and wing bones, Archaeopteryx debris, Miocene shark's teeth, primitive bird skulls, and skulls, vertebrae, and other bones of archaic mammals such as paleotheres, xiphodons, Dinosaurids, Eohippie, Oreodons, and Titanotheres. There was nothing as recent as a mastodon, elephant, true camel, deer, or bovine animal. Hence, Lake concluded that the last deposits had occurred during the Oligocene era, and that the hollowed stratum had lain in its present dried, dead, and inaccessible state for at least 30 million years. On the other hand, the prevalence of very early life forms was singular in the highest degree. Through the limestone formation was, on the evidence of such typical embedded fossils as ventriculites, positively and unmistakably Comanchean and not a particle earlier, the free fragments in the hollow space included a surprising proportion from organisms hitherto considered as peculiar to far older periods. Even rudimentary fishes, mollusks, and coral, as remote as the Silurian or Ordovician. The inevitable interference was that in this part of the world there had been a remarkable and unique degree of continuity between the life of over 300 million years ago and that of only 30 million years ago. How far this continuity had extended beyond the Oligocene age when the cavern was closed was of course past all speculation. In any event, the coming of the frightful ice in the Pleistocene some 500,000 years ago, a mere yesterday, compared to the age of this cavity, must have put an end to any of the primal forms which had locally managed to outlive their common terms. Lake was not content to let his first message stand, but had another bulletin written and dispatched across the snow to the camp before Moulton could get back. After that, Moulton stayed at the wireless in one of the planes, transmitting to me and to the outcome for relaying to the outside world the frequent postscripts which Lake sent him by a succession of messengers. See you, Sharktails. Those who followed the newspapers will remember the excitement created among men of science by that afternoon's report. Reports which had finally led, after all these years, to the organization of that very Starkweather Moor expedition which I am so anxious to dissuade from its purposes. I had better give the messages literally as Lake sent them, and as our base operator McTigg translated them from his pencil shorthand. Fowler makes discovery of highest importance in sandstone and limestone fragments from blasts. Several distinct triangular striated prints like those in Archean slate, proving that source survived from over 600 million years ago to Comanchean times without more than moderate morphological changes and decrease in average size. What happened? Wait, was I using the pickaxe this whole time? Did I even have the lawnmower out? Comanchean prints, apparently more primitive or decadent, if anything, than older ones. Emphasize importance of discovery in press. Will mean to biology what Einstein has meant to mathematics and physics. Joins up with my previous works and amplifies conclusions. Appears to indicate, as I suspected, that Earth has seen whole cycle or cycles of organic life before known one that begins with archaeozoic cells. Was evolved and specialized not later than 1,000 million years ago when the planet was young and recently uninhabitable for any life forms or normal protoplasmic structure. Question arises when, where, and how development took place. Later, examining certain skeletal fragments of large land and marine saurians and primitive mammals, finds singular local wounds or injuries to bony structure not attributable to any known predatory or carnivorous animal of any period. Of two sorts, straight, penetrant bores, and apparently hacking incisions. One or two cases of cleanly severed bone. Not many specimens affected. Am sending to camp for electrical torches. Will extend search area underground by hacking away stalactites. Still later, have found peculiar soapstone fragment about 6 inches across and 1.5 inches thick, wholly unlike any visible local formations. Greenish, but no evidences to place its period. Has curious smoothness and regularity, shaped like 5-pointed star with tips broken off, and signs of other cleavage at inward angles and in center of surface. Small, smooth depression in center of unbroken surface. Arouses much curiosity as to source and weathering. Probably some freak of water action. Carroll, with magnifier, thinks he can make out additional markings of geologic significance. Groups of tiny dots in regular patterns. Dogs growing uneasy as we work and seem to hate this soapstone. Must see if it has any peculiar odor. Will report again when Mills gets back with light and we start on underground area. 10:15 p.m. Important discovery. Orendorff and Watkins, working underground at 9:45 with light, found a monstrous barrel-shaped fossil of wholly unknown nature. Probably vegetable unless overgrown specimen of unknown marine radiata. Tissue evidently preserved by mineral salts. Tough as leather, but astonishing flexibility retained in places. Marks of broken off parts at ends and around sides. 6 feet end to end, 3.5 central diameter, tapering to 1 foot at each end. Like a barrel with 5 bulging ridges in place of staves. Lateral breakages, as of thinnish stalks, are at equator in middle of these ridges. In furrows between ridges are curious growths. Combs or wings that fold up and spread out like fans. All greatly damaged but one, which gives almost 7-foot wingspread. Arrangement reminds me of certain monsters of primal myth, especially fabled elder things in Necronomicon. These wings seem to be membranous, stretching on framework of glandular tubing. Apparent minute orifices in frame tubing at wing tips. Ends of body shriveled, giving no clue to interior or to what has been broken off there. Must dissect when we get back to camp. Can't decide whether vegetable or animal. Many features obviously of almost incredible primitiveness. Have set all hands cutting stalactites and looking for further specimens. Additional scoured bones found, but these must wait. Having trouble with dogs. They can't endure the new specimen and would probably tear it to pieces if we didn't keep it at a distance from them. 11:30 p.m. Attention. Dyer, Peabody, Douglas. Matter of highest, I must say, transcendent importance. Arkham must relay to Kingsport Head Station at once. Strange barrel growth in the Archaean is the Archaean thing that left prints in rocks. Mills, Boudreau, and Fowler discover cluster of 13 more at underground point 40 feet from aperture. mixed with curiously rounded and configured soapstone fragments smaller than one previously found. Star-shaped, but no marks of breakage except at some of the points. Of organic specimens, 8 apparently perfect, with all appendages. Have brought all to surface, leading off dogs to distance. They cannot stand the things. Give close attention to description and repeat back for accuracy. Papers must get this right. Objects are 8 feet long all over. 6'5" ridged barrel torso, 3'5" central diameter. 1 foot end diameters. Dark gray, flexible, and infinitely tough. 7-foot membranous wings of same color, found folded, spread out furrows between ridges. Wing framework tubular or glandular, of lighter gray with orifices at wing tips. Spread wings have serrated edge. Around equator, one at central apex of each of the 5 vertical, stave-like ridges, are 5 systems of light gray flexible arms, or tentacles found tightly folded to torso but expansible to maximum length of over 3 feet. Like arms of primitive crinoid. Single stalks 3 inches diameter branch after 6 inches into 5 substalks, each of which branches after 8 inches into 5 small, tapering tentacles or tendrils, giving each stalk a total of 25 tentacles. Yo, a pirate map. Let's get these weights back stuck. Should come down here. Go down. Go down. You can go down. I could, there are ways I could deal with these rates better, but I don't feel like going to set up more. Have I gotten any more banners by any chance? Nah, just blood mummy banners. Not too much of importance. I wonder if I just sit here, if the wraith will... No, he's coming back. Maybe he'll get back below me. He's coming from the right, so he might... He dips down here. No. Wraith's gonna be a pain. But at this point in the story, Lake's expedition has found many very well preserved, immaculate in some cases, specimens of the strange ancient creature, what he described as being reminiscent of the elder things described in the Necronomicon. And he's now giving vivid descriptions of their body. At top of torso, blunt bulbous neck of lighter gray with gill-like suggestions. Holds yellowish 5-pointed... I'm just going to reread this whole sentence. I'm going to also take a drink real quick. At top of torso, blunt bulbous neck of lighter gray with gill-like suggestions holds yellowish 5-pointed starfish-shaped apparent head covered with 3-inch wiry cilia of various prismatic colors. Head thick and puffy, about 2 feet point to point, with 3-inch flexible yellowish tubes projecting from each point. At end of each tube is spherical expansion where yellowish membrane rolls back on handling to reveal glassy, red-irised globe, evidently an eye. God, what? These damn wraiths. They're really being problematic. Where'd they run off to? Maybe if I hold here, it'll... Get out of here. I don't really know what to do about these wraiths, man. Aside from just hope they eventually stop bothering me. I don't know. 5 slightly longer reddish tubes start from inner angles of starfish-shaped head and end in sac-like swellings of same color upon which pressure open to bell-shaped orifices 2 inches maximum diameter and lined with sharp white tooth-like projections. Probable mouths. All these tubes, cilia, and points of starfish head found folded tightly down. Tubes and points clinging to bulbous neck and torso. Flexibility surprising despite vast toughness. At bottom of torso, rough but dissimilarly functioning counterparts of head arrangements exist. Bulbous light gray pseudo-neck, without gill suggestions, holds greenish 5-pointed starfish arrangement. Tough, muscular arms 4 feet long and tapering from 7 inches diameter at base to about 2.5 at point. To each point is attached small end of a greenish 5-veined membranous triangle 8 inches long and 6 wide at farther end. God, what do I do about these wraiths? They're coming so much more frequently than they were before. Is it because I'm killing the blood mummies more frequently? Make the pit bigger and longer? The horizontal part's the issue. Like, I would need to do a lot of reworking. Guess I should. Because it's not the length of the pit that's an issue. It's the fact that they're not... I know how to fix it. It's just annoying. It's happening right now. We're farming Souls of Night to kill Crimson Mimics. I know how to make a Wraith Trap. It's just annoying. We're gonna have to save it. But there's so much loot on the ground. I want to save... Oh, we got a mechanical skull. Nice. Quantispace can go. Don't need you, don't need you. Don't need you, don't need you. Pirate map. Got anything else? Chimera banner. Mummy shirt. Crimsand. Okay, that's everything. I know how to fix this Wraith Trap. It's just, like I said, annoying. Because they line themselves up to me horizontally, so if I just have bigger gaps on the horizontal sides that they won't be able to get into, it'll work fine. Oh shit, I destroyed my bed. Whoops. Let me get these blindfolds out of here. I also bring some extra chests for storage space. Soup? Thank you. I appreciate it. These are very kind words. Alright, let me replace this with wood. And then... Damn crimson... Get out of here. I can't do anything about this thing. I'm gonna have to save and quit if it's still here and it picked up a coin or something, because there's nothing I can do about a Crimson Axe. Strict mounts only is actually impossible. Can't do the damage to the wall of flesh. I haven't looked at anything in Discord, so if it's the results are there, I didn't see it. Golf code is post-Skeletron? It is? I didn't realize that. I guess it kind of makes sense. It's a good mobility item. Go away. Okay, we're just gonna save and quit. I am sick of these wraiths. You don't have to kill 30%. How much bestiary completion percent do you need? Because you have like the 20 or so NPCs and you have a bunch of critters that all of the gem critters add up. And none of those require killing anything. 30%? Yeah, I don't think that'd be possible without killing stuff. I don't think the Fuzzy Carrot does damage. Pre-mech Legendary Duke Fishron. Get Fixed Boy or For the Worthy? Because for the Woodley Duke Fishron's the same as regular Duke Fishron. If you want to get fixed with a low graph makes an issue. Yeah, I mean, you could get on the mount, but the problem is the mount doesn't do damage. Okay, I think this should be sufficient. On the right side, at least. I'll have to do some more work on the left side. Yeah, you'd probably have to... Minecarts? Oh, I was just gonna think, like, you give yourself a horse to begin with or something. As Wall of Flesh? Oh, we killed the Wall of Flesh a while ago. Wall's been dead a long time. I mean, didn't you leave right before we fought the Wall of Flesh? I mean, we killed him. We're building a Wraith Trap right now to continue farming for Souls of Night. And we're also reading At the Mountains of Madness. We're about 16 pages in. So far in the story, the expedition of the narrator and colleagues, Lake, Pabodi, and the other guy, had been derailed when Lake had the bold decision to go explore westward, outside of where they had planned after recovering a strange fossil. And while the narrator had remained distant, it was the requested one, in particular, so that's why I'm reading it. I'm not going to stop halfway through. Left. Okay, I think this should be a sufficient Wraith Trap now. And now he's going into describing the strange remains of the creatures he had found in the subterranean gap beneath the ice. To each point is attached a small end of a greenish 5-veined membranous triangle, 8 inches long and 6 wide at farther end. That is the paddle fin, or pseudofoot, which has made prints in rocks from 1,000 million to 50 or 60 million years old. From inner angles of starfish arrangement project 2-foot reddish tubes tapering from 3 inches diameter to base to 1 at tip. Orifices at tips. All these parts infinitely tough and leathery, but extremely flexible. 4-foot arms with paddles undoubtedly used for locomotion of some sort, marine or otherwise. When moved, display suggestions of exaggerated muscularity. Okay, the Wraith Trap works good. As found, all these projections tightly folded over pseudo-neck and end of torso, corresponding to projections at other end. Cannot yet assign positively to animal or vegetable kingdom, but odds now favor animal. Probably represents incredibly advanced evolution of radiata without loss of certain primitive features. Echinoderm resemblances unmistakable despite local contradictory evidences. Wing structure puzzles in view of probable marine habitat, but may have use in water navigation. Symmetry is curiously vegetable-like, suggesting vegetables' essentially up and down structure rather than animals' fore and aft structure. Fabulously early date of evolution, preceding even simplest Archean protozoa hitherto known, baffles all conjecture as to origin. Complete specimens may have such uncanny resemblances to certain creatures of primal myth that suggestion of ancient existence outside Antarctic becomes inevitable. Dyer and Pabodi have read Necronomicon and seen Clark Ashton Smith's nightmare paintings based on text, and will understand when I speak of elder things supposed to have created all earth life as jest or mistake. Students have always thought conception formed from morbid imaginative treatment of very ancient tropical radiata. Also, like prehistoric folklore, things Wilmarth has spoken of, Cthulhu cult appendages, etc. Vast field of study opened. Deposits probably of late Cretaceous or early Eocene period, judging from associated specimens. Massive stalagmites deposited above them. Hard work hewing out, but toughness prevented damage. State of preservation miraculous, evidently owing to limestone action. No more found so far, but will resume search later. Job now to get 14 huge specimens to camp without dogs, which bark furiously and can't be trusted near them. With 9 men, 3 left to guard the dogs, we ought to manage the 3 sledges fairly well, though wind is bad. Must establish plane communication with McMurdo Sound and begin shipping material. But I've got to dissect one of those things before we take any rest. Wish I had a real laboratory here. Dyer better kick himself for having tried to stop my westward trip. First the world's greatest mountains, and then this. If this isn't the last high spot of... If this last isn't the high spot of the expedition, I don't know what is. We're made scientifically. Congrats, Pabodi, on the drill that opened up the cave. Now will Oakham please repeat that description? The sensations of Pabodi and myself at receipt of this report were almost beyond description, nor were our companions much behind us in enthusiasm. McTigg, who had hastily translated a few high spots as they had come up from the droning receiving set, wrote out the entire message from his shorthand version as soon as Lake's operator signed off. All appreciated the epoch-making significance of the discovery, and I sent Lake congratulations as soon as the Oakham's operator had repeated back the descriptive parts as requested. And my example was followed by Sherman from his station at the McMurdo Sound supply cache, as well as Captain Douglas of the Oakham. Later, as head of the expedition, I added some remarks to be relayed through the Oakham to the outside world. Of course, rest was an absurd thought amidst this excitement, and my only wish was to get to Lake's camp as quickly as I could. Can I play some music? I am. There is music. Spooky music, but music. It disappointed me when he sent word that a rising mountain gale made aerial travel impossible. But within an hour and a half, interest again rose to banish disappointment. Lake was sending more messages, and told of the completely successful transportation of the 14 great specimens to the camp. It had been a hard pull, for the things were surprisingly heavy, but 9 men had accomplished it very neatly. Now some of the party were hurriedly building a snow corral at a safe distance from the camp, to which the dogs could be brought for greater convenience in feeding. The specimens were laid out on the hard snow near the camp, save for one on which Lake was making crude attempts at dissection. The dissection seemed to be a greater task than had been expected, for despite the heat of a gasoline stove in the newly raised laboratory tent, the deceptively flexible tissues of the chosen specimen, a powerful and intact one, lost nothing of their more than leathery toughness. Lake was puzzled as to how he might make the requisite incisions without violent, destructive enough to upset all the structural niceties he was looking for. He had, it is true, 7 more perfect specimens, but these were too few to use up recklessly unless the cave might later yield an unlimited supply. Accordingly, he removed the specimen and dragged in one which, though having remnants of the starfish arrangements at both ends, was badly crushed and partly disrupted along one of the greater torso furrows. Results, quickly reported over the wireless, were baffling and provocative indeed. We're having Herpling issues now. Damn it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, never mind. We're not having Herpling issues anymore. Nothing like delicacy or accuracy was possible with instruments hardly able to cut the anomalous tissue, but the little that was achieved left us all awed and bewildered. Existing biology would have to be wholly revised, for this thing was no product of any cell growth that science knows about. There had been scarcely any mineral replacement, and despite an age of perhaps 40 million years, the internal organs were wholly intact. The leathery, undeteriorative, and almost indestructible quality was an inherent attitude of the thing's form of organization, and pertained to some Paleogean cycle of invertebrate evolution utterly beyond our powers of speculation. At first, all that Lake found was dry, but as the heated tent produced its thawing effect, organic moisture of pungent and offensive odor was encountered toward the thing's uninjured side. It was not blood, but a thick, dark green fluid apparently answering the same purpose. By the time Lake reached this stage, all 37 dogs had been brought up to the still uncompleted corral near the camp, and even at that distance set up savage barking and show of restlessness at the acrid, diffusive smell. Far from helping to place the strange entity, this provisional dissection merely deepened its mystery. So I must have been right about walls preventing enemies that go through blocks from spawning. It's just wraiths don't seem to adhere to that, because we have had no floaty gross and no crimson axes. So it must just be wraiths that are immune to it. Far from helping to place the strange entity, this provisional dissection merely deepened its mystery. All guesses about its external members had been correct, and on the evidence of these, one could hardly hesitate to call the thing animal. But internal inspection brought up so many vegetable evidences that Lake was left hopelessly at sea. It had digestion and circulation, and eliminated waste matter through the reddish tubes of the starfish-shaped base. Cursorily, one would say that its respiratory apparatus handled oxygen rather than carbon dioxide, and there were odd evidences of air storage chambers and methods of shifting respiration from the external orifice to at least 2 other fully developed breathing systems, gills and pores. Clearly, it was amphibian and probably adapted to long airless hibernation periods as well. Vocal organs seemed present in connection with the main respiratory system, but they presented anomalies beyond immediate solution. Articulate speech in the sense of syllable utterance seemed barely conceivable, but musical piping notes covering a wide range were highly probable. The muscular system was almost preternaturally developed. I'm gonna take a drink of water. How are we doing on souls? Good amount of souls. So ideally, we're gonna want 3 flesh nuggies. One for a hero shield, one for a berserker glove, and one to use itself. I'm gonna have to like save and quit or something to get rid of these wraiths at one point. Got any other banners? No, I don't think we do. The nervous system was so complex and highly developed as to leave Lake aghast. Though excessively primitive and archaic in some respects, the thing had a set of ganglial centers and connectives arguing the very extremes of specialized development. Its 5-lobed brain was surprisingly advanced, and there were signs of a sensory equipment served in part through the wiry cilia of the head involving factors alien to any other terrestrial organism. Probably it had more than 5 senses so that its habits could not be predicted from any existing analogy. It must, Lake thought, have been a creature of keen sensitiveness and delicately differentiated functions in its primal world, much like the ants and bees of today. It reproduced like the vegetable cryptogams, especially the pteridophytes, having spore cases at the tips of its wings and evidently developing from a thallus or prothallus. But to give it a name at this stage was mere folly. It looked like a radiate, but was clearly something more. It was partly vegetable, but had 3/4 of the essentials of animal structure. That it was marine in origin, its symmetrical contour and certain other attributes clearly indicated, yet one could not be exact as to the limit of its later adaptations. The wings, after all, held a persistent suggestion of the aerial. How it could have undergone its tremendously complex evolution on a newborn Earth in time to leave prints in Archaean rocks was so far beyond conception as to make Lake whimsically recall the primal myths about great old ones, who filtered down from the stars and concocted Earth life as a joke or mistake, and the wild tales of cosmic hill things from outside told by a folklorist colleague in Miskatonic's English department. Naturally, he considered the possibility of the pre-Cambrian prints having been made by a less evolved ancestor of the present specimens, but quickly rejected this too facile theory upon considering the advanced structural qualities of the older fossils. If anything, the later contours showed decadence rather than higher evolution. The size of the pseudo-feet had decreased, and the whole morphology seemed coarsened and simplified. Moreover, the nerves and organs just examined held singular suggestions of retrogression from forms still more complex. Atrophied and vestigial pouts were surprisingly prevalent. Altogether, little could be said to have been solved, and Lake fell back on mythology from a provisional name. Jocosely? I think that's supposed to be jocosely, but it's spelled really weird. Dubbing his finds the Elder Ones. At about 2:30 a.m., having decided to postpone further work and get a little rest, he covered the dissected organism with a tarpaulin, emerged from the laboratory tent, and studied the intact specimens with renewed interest. The ceaseless Antarctic sun had begun to limber up their tissues a trifle, so that the head points and tubes of 2 or 3 shrewd The ceaseless Antarctic sun had begun to limber up their tissues a trifle, so that the head points and tubes of 2 or 3 shewed signs of unfolding. But Lake did not believe there was any danger of immediate decomposition in the almost sub-zero air. He did, however, move all the undissected specimens closer together and throw a spare tent over them in order to keep off the direct solar rays. Hey, Temio. That would also help to keep their possible scent away from the dogs, whose hostile unrest was really becoming a problem, even at their substantial distance and behind the higher and higher snow walls, which an increased quota of the men were hastening to raise around their quarters. He had to weight down the corners of the tent cloth with heavy blocks of snow to hold it in place amidst the rising gale, for the Titan Mountains seemed about to deliver some gravely severe blasts. That sounds like it has mildly racist undertones. Don't say things like that. I don't... Yeah, another falling star. Early apprehensions about sudden Antarctic winds were revived, and under Atwood's supervision, precautions were taken to bank the tents, new dog corral, and crude aeroplane shelters with snow on the mountainward side. These latter shelters, begun with hard snow blocks during odd moments, were by no means as high as they should have been, and Lake finally detached all hands from the other tasks to work on them. It was after 4 when Lake at last prepared to sign off and advised us all to share the rest period his outfit would have taken when the shelter walls were a little higher. Look, Temia, I said not to say things like that. I'm going to time you out if you sent another message like that. It's just mildly difficult for me to move my hand over there. Okay. And if you continue after I time you out, I'm going to just ban you for it. You can hear the possessed armor getting hit even with the really soft noises. He held some friendly chat with Pabodi over the ether and repeated his praise of the really marvelous drills that had helped him make this discovery. Atwood also sent greetings and praises. I gave Lake a warm word of congratulations, owing up that he was right about the western trip, and we all agreed to get in touch by wireless at 10 in the morning, if the gale was over by then. If the gale was over by then, Lake would send a plane for the party at my base. Just before retiring, I dispatched a final message to the Outcome with instructions about toning down the day's news for the outside world, since the full details seemed radical enough to rouse a wave of incredulity, until further sustained. None of us, I imagine, slept very heavily or continuously that morning, for both the excitement of Lake's discovery and the mounting fury of the wind were against such a thing. So savage was the blast, even where we were, that we could not help wondering how much worse it was at Lake's camp, directly under the vast unknown peaks that bred and delivered it. McTigg was awake at 10 o'clock and tried to get Lake on the wireless as agreed, but some electrical condition in the disturbed air to the westward seemed to prevent communication. We did, however, get the outcome, and Douglas told me that he had likewise been vainly trying to reach Lake. He had not known about the wind, for very little was blowing at McMurdo Sound despite its persistent rage where we were. Throughout the day, we listened anxiously and tried to get Lake at intervals, but invariably without results. About noon, a positive frenzy of wind stampeded out of the west, causing us to fear for the safety of our camp, but it eventually died down, with only a moderate relapse at 2 p.m. After 3 o'clock, it was very quiet, and we redoubled our efforts to get Lake. Reflecting that he had 4 planes, each provided with an excellent shortwave outfit, we could not imagine any ordinary accident capable of crippling all his wireless equipment at once. Nevertheless, the stony silence continued, and when we thought of the delirious force the winds must have had in his locality, we could not help making the most direful conjectures. By 6 o'clock, our fears had become intense and definite, and after a wireless consultation with Douglas and Thorfinson, I resolved to take steps toward investigation. The 5th aeroplane, which we had left at the McMurdo Sound supply cache with Sherman and 2 sailors, was in good shape and ready for instant use. And it seemed that the very emergency for which it had been saved was now upon us. I got Sherman by wireless and ordered him to join me with the plane and the 2 sailors at the southern base as quickly as possible. When will I do audiobooks? I mean, isn't that what I'm doing right now? We got any other banners yet? No. Our rate of damaging things has declined a bit because we're having a lot of wraiths build up on the bottom. And we're hitting the spawn cabins, so the amount of things we're actually able to fight is kind of diminished. So what I could do is, just save and quit. Reset the spawns. That would work. Lawnmower. There we go. Okay, and we should be all set to go now. Yeah, nice. Oh, wait, that's my pickaxe. I reset to position 1 when I spawned in. Hold on. I messed up my tape a bit. Okay. I got Sherman by wireless and ordered him to join me with the plane and the 2 sailors at the southern base as quickly as possible, the air conditions being apparently highly favorable. We then talked over the personnel of the coming investigation party and decided that we would include all hands, together with the sledge and dogs that I had kept with me. Even so great a load would not be too much for one of the huge planes built to our special orders for heavy machinery transportation. At intervals, I still tried to reach Lake with the wireless, but all to no purpose. Sherman, with the sailors Gunnarsson and Larson, took off at 7:30 and reported a quiet flight from several points on the wing. They arrived at our base at midnight, and all hands at once discussed the next move. They arrived at our base... It was risky business sailing over the Antarctic in a single aeroplane without any line of bases, but no one drew back from what seemed like the plainest necessity. We turned in at 2 o'clock for a brief rest after some preliminary loading of the plane, but were up again in 4 hours to finish the loading and packing. Oh, hold on. My tape didn't properly... I don't know how to do it. At 7:15 a.m., January 25th, we started flying northwestward under McTigg's pilotage with 10 men, 7 dogs, a sledge, a fuel and food supply, and other items including the plane's wireless outfit. The atmosphere was clear, fairly quiet, and relatively mild in temperature, and we anticipated very little trouble in reaching the latitude and longitude designated by Lake as the site of his camp. Our apprehensions were over what we might find or fail to find at the end of our journey, for silence continued to answer all calls dispatched to the camp. Every incident at that 4.5-hour flight is burned into my recollection because of its crucial position in my life. It marked my loss at the age of 54 of all that peace and balance which the normal mind possesses through its accustomed conception of external nature and nature's laws. Thenceforward, the 10 of us, but the student Danforth and myself above all others, were to face a hideously amplified world of lurking horrors which nothing can erase from our emotions, and which we could refrain from sharing with mankind in general if we could. The newspapers have printed the bulletins we sent from the moving plane telling of our non-stop course, our 2 battles with treacherous upper air gales, our glimpse of the broken surface where Lake had sunk his mid-journey shaft 3 days before, and our sight of a group of strange, fluffy snow cylinders noted by Amundsen and Bird as rolling in the wind across the endless leagues of frozen plateau. There came a point, though, when our sensations could not be conveyed in any words the press would understand, and at a later point, when we had to adopt an actual rule of strict censorship. The sailor Larsen was the first to spy the jagged line of witch-like cones and pinnacles ahead, and his shouts sent everyone to the windows of the great cabined plane. Despite our speed, they were very slow in gaining prominence, hence we knew that they must be infinitely far off, and visible only because of their abnormal height. Little by little, however, they rose grimly into the western sky, allowing us to distinguish various bare, bleak, blackish summits, and to catch the curious sense of fantasy which they inspired as seen in the reddish Antarctic light against the provocative background of iridescent ice dust clouds. In the whole spectacle, there was a persistent, pervasive hint of stupendous secrecy and potential revelation. As if these stark, nightmare spires marked the pylons of a frightful gateway into forbidden spheres of dream, and complex gulfs of remote time, space, and ultra-dimensionality. I could not help feeling that they were evil things, mountains of madness whose farther slopes looked over some accursed ultimate abyss. That seething, half-luminous cloud background held ineffable suggestions of a vague, ethereal beyondness, far more than terrestrially spatial, and gave appalling reminders of the utter remoteness, separateness, desolation, and eon-long death of this untrodden and unfathomed astral world. I'm going to need to get more tape. My tape isn't holding up properly. Tamio, stop sending messages like that. I'm not going to warn you again. I am just going to ban you the next time it happens. Go ahead and tape this back down. On the bright side, we are getting Ankh Shield pieces, Blindfold, and Megaphone, which are very helpful, as that is 4 pieces of the Ankh Shield when you consider shimmering them. It was young Danforth who drew our notice to the curious regularities of the higher mountain skyline. Regularities like clinging fragments of perfect cubes, which Lake had mentioned in his messages, and which indeed justified his comparison with the dreamlike suggestions of primordial temple ruins on cloudy Asian mountaintops so subtly and strangely painted by Rorvik. There was indeed something hauntingly Rorvik-like about this whole unearthly continent of mountainous mystery. I had felt it in October when we first caught sight of Victoria Land, and I feel it afresh now. I felt, too, in another wave of uneasy consciousness of archaic mythical resemblances, of how disturbingly this lethal realm corresponded to the evilly famed plateau of Leng in the primal writings. Mycologists have placed Leng in Central Asia, but the racial memory of man, or his predecessors, is long, and it may well be that certain tales have come down from lands and mountains and temples of horror earlier than Asia and earlier than any human world we know. A few daring mystics have hinted at a Pleistocene origin. A few daring mystics have hinted at a pre-Pleistocene origin for the fragmentary Pnakotic manuscripts, and have suggested that the devotees of Sithagora were as alien to mankind as Sithagora itself. Leng, wherever in space and time it might brood, was not a region I would care to be in or near, nor did I relish the proximity of a world that had ever bred such ambiguous and archaic monstrosities as those Lake had just mentioned. At the moment I felt sorry that I had ever read the abhorred Necronomicon, or talked so much with it with that unpleasantly erudite folklorist's Wilmarth at the university. The mood undoubtedly served to aggravate my reaction to the bizarre mirage which burst upon us from the increasingly opalescent zenith as we drew near the mountains and began to make out the cumulative undulations of the foothills. I had seen dozens of polar mirages during the preceding weeks, some of them quite as uncanny and fantastically vivid as the present sample, but this one had a wholly novel and obscure quality of menacing symbolism, and I shuddered as the seething labyrinth of fabulous walls and towers and minarets loomed out over the troubled ice vapors above our heads. The effect was that of a cyclopean city of no architecture known to man or to human imagination, with vast aggravations of night-black masonry embodying monstrous perversions of geometrical laws and attaining the most grotesque extremes of sinister bizarrerie. There were truncated cones, sometimes terraced or fluted, surmounted by tall cylindrical shafts here and there, bulbously enlarged and often capped with tiers of thinnish scalloped discs, and strange, beetling, table-like constructions suggesting piles of multitudinous rectangular slabs or circular plates, or five-pointed stars with each one overlapping the one beneath. There were composite cones and pyramids either alone or surmounting cylinders or cubes or flatter truncated cones and pyramids, and occasional needle-like spires and curious clusters of five. All of these febrile structures seemed knit together by tubular bridges crossing from one to the other structures. All of these febrile structures seemed knit together by tubular bridges crossing from one to the other at various dizzying heights, and the implied scale of the whole was terrifying and oppressive in its sheer giganticism. The general type of mirage was not unlike some of the wilder forms observed and drawn by the Arctic whaler Scoresby in 1820, but at this time and place, with those dark, unknown mountain peaks soaring stupendously ahead, that anomalous elder world discovery in our minds, and the pale of probable disaster enveloping the greater part of our expedition, we all seemed to find it in a taint of latent malignity and infinitely evil portent. I was glad when the mirage began to break up, though in the process the various nightmare turrets and cones assumed distorted temporary forms of even vaster hideousness. As the whole illusion dissolved to churning opalescence, we began to look earthward again, and saw that our journey's end was not far off. The unknown mountains ahead rose dizzyingly up like a fearsome rampart of giants, their curious regularities shewing with startling clearness, even without a field glass. God. The tape is not sticking properly. Hold on. I just gotta redo the whole thing. I see my mistake with taping it. It was the direction I had taped it the second time. It was improper. It didn't have enough force behind it. That should do it. I was glad when the mirage began to break up, though in the process the various nightmare turrets and cones assumed distorted temporary forms of even vaster hideousness. As the whole illusion dissolved to churning opalescence, we began to look earthward again, and saw that our journey's end was not far off. The unknown mountains ahead rose dizzyingly up like a fearsome rampart of giants, their curious regularities shewing with startling clearness even without a field glass. We were over the lowest foothills now, and could see amidst the snow, ice, and bare patches of their main plateau a couple of darkish spots, which we took to be Lakes Camp and Boring. The higher foothills shot up between 5 and 6 miles away, forming a range almost distinct from the terrifying line of more than Himalayan peaks beyond them. At length, Ropes, the student who relieved McTigg at the controls, began to head downward toward the left-hand dark spot whose size marked it as the camp. As he did so, McTigg sent out the last uncensored wireless message to the world. McTigg sent out the last uncensored wireless message the world was to receive from our expedition. Everyone, of course, had read the brief and unsatisfying bulletins of the rest of our Antarctic sojourn. Some hours after our landing, we sent a guarded report of the tragedy we found, and reluctantly announced the wiping out of the whole lake party by the frightful wind of the preceding day, or of the night before that. 11 known dead, young Gedney missing, People pardoned our hazy lack of details through realization of the shock the sad event must have caused us, and believed us when we explained that the mangling action of the wind had rendered all 11 bodies unsuitable for transportation outside. Indeed, I flatter myself that even in the midst of our distress, utter bewilderment, and soul-clutching horror, we scarcely went beyond the truth in any specific instance. The tremendous significance lies in what we dared not tell. What I would not tell now, but for the need of warning others off. What I would not tell now, but for the need of warning others off from the nameless terrors. It is a fact that the wind had wrought dreadful havoc. Whether all could have lived through it, even without the other... It is a fact that the wind had wrought dreadful havoc. Whether all could have lived through it, even without the other thing, is gravely open to doubt. The storm, with its fury of madly driven ice particles, must have been beyond anything our expedition had encountered before. One aeroplane shelter, all it seems, had been left in a far too flimsy and inadequate state, was nearly pulverized, and the derrick at the distant mooring was entirely shaken to pieces. The exposed metal of the grounded planes and drilling machinery was bruised into a high polish, and 2 of the small tents were flattened despite their snowbanking. Wooden surfaces left out in the blast were pitted and denuded of paint, and all signs of tracks in the snow were completely obliterated. We already killed the wall of flesh, Adam. We did that like 3 hours ago. There is a time limit based on the world, Peninja. We're in hard mode. There are wraiths, there are ichor stickers, there are herplings, there are crim slimes. We're getting souls of night. We already killed the wall. Yo, ichor sticker banner. Let me start trashing some of this stuff. Fell pile. There we go. That'll speed things up. Don't even enjoy these challenges anymore. I'm ambivalent to this one. I would not do another one after this. The terms of doing this is that I am never going to do another one of these again. It depends on which side you summon the wall on, Adam. You know, we summoned it down at the bottom there and then took it to the right. Damn it. Okay, back to reading. Wooden surfaces left out in the blast were pitted and denuded of paint, and all signs of tracks in the snow were completely obliterated. It is also true that we found none of the arcane biological objects in a condition to take outside as a whole. We did gather some minerals from a vast tumbled pile, including several of the greenish soapstone fragments whose odd 5-pointed rounding and faint patterns of grouped dots caused so many doubtful comparisons, and some fossil bones, among which were the most typical of the curiously injured specimens. How am I going to beat the twins? We'll figure it out when we get there. We're not at the twins. Right now we're farming souls at night. That's a problem for later. None of the dogs survived, their hurriedly built snow enclosure near the camp being almost wholly destroyed. The wind may have done that, though the greater breakage on the side next to the camp, which was not the windward one, suggests an outward leap or break of the frantic beasts themselves. All 3 sledges were gone, and we have tried to explain that the wind may have blown them off into the unknown. The drill and ice-melting machinery at the boring were too badly damaged to warrant salvage, so we used them to choke up that subtly disturbing gateway to the past which Lake had blasted. We likewise left at the camp the 2 most shaken up of the plane, since our surviving party had only 4 real pilots: Sherman, Danforth, McTigg, and Ropes, in all with Danforth in a poor nervous shape to navigate. We brought back all the books, scientific equipment, and other incidentals we could find, though much was rather unaccountably blown away. Spare tents and furs were either missing or badly out of condition. Yeah, probably the next stream would be fighting bosses. It was approximately 4 p.m. After wide plane cruising had forced us to give Gedney up for lost, that we sent our guarded message to the outcome for relaying, and I think we did well to keep it as calm and non-committal as we succeeded in doing. The most we said about agitation concerned our dogs, whose frantic uneasiness near the biological specimens was to be expected from poor Lake's accounts. We did not mention, I think, their display of the same uneasiness when sniffing around the queer greenish soapstones and certain other objects in the disordered region. Objects including scientific instruments, aeroplanes, and machinery both at the camp and at the boring, whose parts had been loosened, moved, or otherwise tampered with by winds that must have harbored singular curiosity and investigativeness. About the 14 biological specimens, we were pardonably indefinite. We said that the only ones we discovered were damaged, but that enough was left of them to prove Lake's description wholly and impressively accurate. It was not hard work keeping our personal emotions out of this matter, and we did not mention numbers or say exactly how we had found those It was hard work keeping our personal emotions out of this matter, and we did not mention numbers or say exactly how we had found those which we did find. We had by that time agreed not to transmit anything suggesting madness on the part of Lake's men, and it surely looked like madness to find 6 imperfect monstrosities carefully buried upright in 9-foot snow graves under 5-pointed mounds punched over with groups of dots and patterns exactly like those on the queer greenish soapstones dug up from Mesozoic or Tertiary times. The 8 perfect specimens mentioned by Lake seemed to have been completely blown away. We were careful, too, about the public's general peace of mind. Hence Danforth and I said little about that frightful trip over the mountains the next day. It was the fact that only a radically lightened plane could possibly cross a range of such height which mercifully limited the scouting tour to the 2 of us. On our return at 1 a.m., Danforth was close to hysterics, but kept an admirably stiff upper lip. It took no persuasion to make him promise not to shew our sketches and the other things we brought away in our pockets, not to say anything more to the others than what we had agreed to relay outside, and to hide our camera films for private development later on. So that part of my present story will be as new to Peabody, McTigg, Ropes, Sherman, and the rest as it will be to the world in general. Indeed, Danforth is closer-mouthed than I, for he saw, or thinks he saw, one thing that he will not tell even me. As all know, our report included a tale of a hard ascent, a confirmation of Lake's opinion that the great peaks are of Archean slate and of other very primal crumpled strata, unchanged since at least Middle Comanchean times, a conventional comment on the regularity of the clinging cube and rampart formations, a decision that the cave mouths indicate dissolved calcareous veins, a conjecture that certain slopes and passes would permit of the scaling and crossing of the entire range by seasoned mountaineers, and a remark that the mysterious other side holds a lofty and immense super-plateau, as ancient and unchanging as the mountains themselves. 20,000 feet in elevation, with grotesque rock formations protruding through a thin glacial layer, and with low gradual foothills between the general plateau surface and the sheer precipices of the highest peaks. This body of data is in every respect true as far as it goes, and it completely satisfied the men at the camp. How long have I been doing this? Farming Souls of Night? I think like 2 hours reading the book as well. We're at 72. We want to get 3 flesh knuckies, which, I mean, you average out 5 mimics per knucky, which is 75 Souls of Night. I mean, we might get lucky, we might get unlucky, but it's going to take a lot of farming. I'll probably go until I finish reading this story. Which we're currently at, like the rest of the stream is probably just going to be me reading this. 865. Oh, I'll probably kill the mimics too. We're currently at, let's see, 776 to 865, about 90 pages. 802, and we're about 30 pages in, so we're about a third of the way through. The book. Although, maybe, depending on how time goes, we might end up saving the rest of the story for another day. I think we're gonna have to save in quick, because we're getting too much wraith buildup. And we don't really have a way to deal with them. This song is in the Rain World soundtrack. It is called Lost City. I figured it was appropriate for the story at hand. Okay. I could use NPCs to farm them. I already have a plan and a strategy that is going to work. I do not need tips. You can take a guess as to what I'm going to do, but I have already decided how I am going to kill these mimics. Aren't traps against the rules? I'm not going to use traps. I have a very specific thing in mind with how I'm going to kill these mimics. You're welcome to guess what it is. You'll see what it is. Probably in an hour or two when I stop reading, kill the mimics, and then move on from there. I have 7 notifications on Discord. What the fuck? Hold on. I need to make sure this isn't important. Okay. It was just a friend who wanted to talk to me in DMs, and my sister saying that I needed to feed the cats tonight because she was going out to play Magic the Gathering. Okay. We laid our absence of 16 hours, a longer time than our announced flying, landing, reconnoitering, and rock collecting program called for, to a long mythical spell of adverse wind conditions, and told truly of our landing on the farther foothills. Fortunately, our tales sounded realistic and prosaic enough not to tempt any of the others into emulating our flight. Had any tried to do that, I would have used every ounce of my persuasion to stop them, and I do not know what Danforth would have done. I'd see you, Goofy. While we were gone, Peabody, Sherman, Ropes, McTigg, and Williamson had worked like beavers over Lake's 2 best planes, fitting them again for use despite altogether unaccountable juggling of their operative mechanism. We decided to load all the planes the next morning and start back for our old base as soon as possible. Even though indirect, that was the safest way to work towards McMurdo Sound, for a straight-line flight across the most utterly unknown stretches of the eon-dead continent would involve many additional hazards. Further exploration was hardly feasible in view of our tragic decimation and the ruin of our drilling machinery, and the doubts and horrors around us, which we did not reveal, made us wish only to escape from this astral world of desolation and brooding madness as swiftly as we could. As the public knows, our return to the world was accomplished without further disasters. All planes reached the old base on the evening of the next day, January 27th, after a swift non-stop flight, and on the 28th we made McMurdo Sound in 2 laps. The one pause being very brief and occasioned by a faulty rudder and the furious wind over the ice shelf after we had cleared the Great Plateau. In 5 days more, the Outcome and Miskatonic, with all hands and equipment on board, was shaking clear of the thickening field ice and working up Ross Sea with the mocking mountains of Victoria Land looming westward against a troubled Antarctic sky, and twisting the wind's wails into a wide-ranged musical piping which chilled my soul to the quick. Less than a fortnight later, we left the last hint of polar land behind us and thanked heaven that we were clear of a haunted, accursed realm where life and death, space and time, have made black and blasphemous alliances in the unknown epochs since matter first writhed and swam on the planet's scarce-cooled crust. Since our return, we have all constantly worked to discourage Antarctic exploration, and have kept certain doubts and guesses to ourselves with splendid unity and faithfulness. Even young Danforth, with his nervous breakdown, has not flinched or babbled to his doctors. Indeed, as I have said, there is one thing he thinks he alone saw which he will not tell even me. though I think it might help his psychological state if he would consent to do so. It might explain and relieve much, though perhaps the thing was no more than the delusive aftermath of an earlier shock. That is the impression I gather after those rare, irresponsible moments when he whimpers disjointed things to me, things which he repudiates vehemently as soon as he gets a grip on himself again. It will be hard work deterring others from the Great White South, and some of our efforts may directly harm our cause by drawing inquiring notice. We might have known from the first that human curiosity is undying, and that the results we announced would be enough to spur others ahead of the same age-long pursuit of the unknown. Lake's reports of these biological monstrosities had aroused naturalists and paleontologists to the highest pitch, though we were sensible enough not to shear our detached parts we had taken from the actual buried specimens, or our photographs of those specimens as they were found. Getting souls is rather painful, yeah. I mean, we can AFK it so it's slow. God, the spawn rates, though. Like, this is... There's so many of them. It's really being a problem. Because I gotta just save and quit whenever the wraiths show up. We haven't gotten any more banners or anything. There's more loot, I guess. We could put down a chest and, Hold on. Oh, hold on. I need to... We can start putting some of this stuff in here. Get some storage space going. But yeah, we gotta just save and quit. Because, you have a Hot Pocket? Nice. What kind of Hot Pocket is it? Pepperoni? Cheese? Supreme? One of the breakfast flavors? What are you working with? Okay. Back to it. We are also in chapter 4 now of this book. We're about to be at chapter 4. We also refrained from shewing the more puzzling of the scoured bones and greenish soapstones, while Danforth and I have closely guarded the pictures we took or drew of the super plateau across the range and the crumpled things that we smoothed, studied in terror, and brought away in our pockets. But now that Starkweather Moor Party is organizing, and with a thoroughness far beyond anything our outfit attempted, if not dissuaded, they will get to the innermost nucleus of the Antarctic and melt and bore till they bring up that which may end the world we know. So I must break through all reticences at last, even about that ultimate and nameless thing beyond the mountains of madness. Chapter 4. It is only with vast hesitancy and repugnance that I let my mind go back to Lake's camp and what we've really found there, and to the other thing beyond the frightful mountain wall. I am constantly tempted to shirk the details and to let hints stand for actual facts and ineluctable deductions. I hope I have said enough already to let me glide briefly over the rest, that is, of the horror at the camp. I have told of the wind-ravaged terrain, the damaged shelters, the disarranged machinery, the various uneasiness of our dogs, the missing sledges and other items, the deaths of men and dogs, the absence of Gedney, and the 6 insanely buried biological specimens, strangely sound in texture for all their structural injuries, from a world 40 million years dead. I do not recall whether I mentioned that upon checking up on the canine bodies we found one dog missing. We did not think much of that until later. Indeed, only Danforth and I thought of it at all. The principal things I have been keeping back relate to the bodies, and to certain subtle points which may or may not lend a hideous and incredible kind of rationale to the apparent chaos. At the time, I tried to keep the men's minds off those points, for it was so much simpler, so much more normal, to lay everything to an outbreak of madness on the part of some of Lake's party. From the look of things, that demon mountain wind must have been enough to drive any man mad in the midst of this center of all earthly mystery and desolation. The crowning abnormality, of course, was the condition of the bodies, men and dogs alike. They had been in some terrible kind of conflict, and were torn and mangled in fiendish and altogether inexplicable ways. Death, so far as we could judge, had in each case come from strangulation or laceration. The dogs had evidently started the trouble, for the state of their ill-built corral bore witness to its forcible breakage from within. It had been set some distance from the camp because of the hatred of the animals for those hellish archaean organisms, but the precaution seemed to have been taken in vain. When left alone in that monstrous wind behind flimsy walls of insufficient height, they must have been stampeded, whether from the wind itself or from the subtle, increasing odor emitted by the nightmare specimens, one could not say. Those specimens, of course, had been covered with a tent cloth, yet the low Antarctic sun had beat steadily upon that cloth, and Lake had mentioned that solar heat tended to make the strangely sound and tough tissues of the things relax and expand. Perhaps the wind had whipped the cloth from over them, and jostled them about in such a way that their more pungent olfactory qualities became manifest despite their unbelievable antiquity. But whatever had happened, it was hideous and revolting enough. Perhaps I had better put squeamishness aside and tell the worst at last, though with a categorical statement of opinion based on the first-hand observations and most rigid deductions of both Danford and myself, that the then missing Gedney was in no way responsible for the loathsome horrors we found. I have said that the bodies were frightfully mangled. Now I must add that some were incised and subtracted from the most curious, cold-blooded, and inhuman fashion. It was the same way with dogs and men. All the healthier, fatter bodies, quadrupedal or bipedal, had their most solid masses of tissue cut out and removed, as by a careful butcher, and around them was a strange sprinkling of salt, taken from the ravaged provision chests on the plains, which conjured up the most horrible associations. The thing had occurred in one of the crude aeroplane shelters from which the plane had been dragged out, and subsequent wings had effaced all tracks which could have supplied any plausible theory. Scattered bits of clothing, roughly slashed from the human incision subjects, hinted no clues. It is useless to bring up the half-impression of certain faint snow prints in one shielded corner of the ruined enclosure, because that impression did not concern human prints at all. No enemies, right? God damn it. The fucking wraiths! Holy shit, why are there so many of them? Alright, fuck it. Let's get this show on the road. We've been farming long enough. We can turbocharge it. Scattered bits of clothing, roughly slashed from the human incision subjects, hinted no clues. It is useless to bring up the half-impression of certain faint snow prints in one shielded corner of the ruined enclosure, because that impression did not concern human prints at all, but was clearly mixed up with all the talk of fossil prints which poor Lake had been giving throughout the preceding weeks. One had to be careful of one's imagination in the lee of those overshadowing mountains of madness. Yeah, calzone's more of a microwavable calzone. As I have indicated, Gedney and one dog turned out to be missing in the end. When we came on that terrible shelter, we had missed 2 dogs and 2 men, but the fairly unharmed dissecting tent, which we entered after investigating the monstrous graves, had something to reveal. It was not as Lake had left it, for the covered parts of the primal monstrosity had been removed from the improvised table. Indeed, we had already realized that one of the 6 imperfect and insanely buried things we had found, the one with the trace of a peculiarly hateful odor, must represent the collected sections of the entity which Lake had tried to analyze. On and around that laboratory table were strewn about other things, and it did not take long for us to guess that those things were the carefully, though oddly and inexpertly dissected parts of 1 man and 1 dog. I shall spare the feelings of survivors by omitting mention of the man's identity. Lake's anatomical instruments were missing, but they were evidence of their careful cleansing. The gasoline stove was also gone, though around it we found a curious litter of matches. We buried the human parts beside the other 10 men and the canine parts with the other 35 dogs. Concerning the bizarre smudges on the laboratory table and on the jumble of roughly handled illustrated books scattered near it, we were much too bewildered to speculate. This formed the worst of the camp horror, but other things were equally perplexing. The disappearance of Gedney, the one dog, the 8 uninjured biological specimens, the 3 sledges, and certain instruments, illustrated technical and scientific books, writing materials, electric torches and batteries, food and fuel, heating apparatus, spare tents, fur suits, and the like, was utterly beyond sane conjecture, as were likewise the spatter-fringed ink blots on certain pieces of paper, and the evidences of curious alien fumbling and experimentation around the planes and all the other mechanical devices both at the camp and at the boring. The dogs seemed to abhor this oddly disordered machinery. Then, too, was the upsetting of the larder, the disappearance of certain staples, and the jarringly comical heap of tin cans pried open in the most unlikely ways and at the most unlikely places. The profusion of scattered matches, intact, broken, or spent, formed another minor enigma, as did the 2 or 3 tent cloths and fur suits which we found lying about with peculiar and unorthodox slashings, conceivably due to clumsy efforts at unimaginable adaptations. The maltreatment of the human and canine bodies and the crazy burial of the damaged archaean specimens were all of a piece of this apparent disintegrative madness. In view of just such an eventuality as the present one, we carefully photographed all the main evidence of insane disorder at the camp, and shall use the prints to buttress our pleas against the departure of the proposed Starkweather Moor expedition. Our first act after finding the bodies in the shelter was to photograph and open the row of insane graves with the 5-pointed snow mounds. We could not help noticing the resemblance of these monstrous mounds with their clusters of grouped dots to poor Lake's descriptions of the strange greenish soapstones, and when we came upon some of the soapstones themselves in the great mineral pile, we found the likeness very close indeed. The whole general formation, it must be made clear, seemed abominably suggestive of the starfish head of the Archaean entities, and we agreed that the suggestion must have worked potently upon the sensitized mind of Lake's overwrought party. Our own first sight of the actual buried entities formed a horrible moment, and sent the imaginations of Peabody and myself back to some of the shocking primal myths we had read and heard about. We all agreed that the mere sight and continued presence of the things must have cooperated with the oppressive polar solitude and demon mountain wind in driving Lake's party mad. For madness, centering in Gedney as the only possible surviving agent, was the explanation spontaneously adopted by everybody so far as spoken utterance was concerned. Though I will not be so naive as to deny that each of us may have harbored wild guesses which sanity forbade him to formulate completely. Sherman, Peabody, and McTigg made an exhaustive aeroplane cruise over all the surrounding territory in the afternoon, sweeping the horizon with field glasses in quest of Gedney and of the various missing things, but nothing came to light. Epla said it was possible with a copper shortsword. I did it with a copper shortsword. Live, on stream, on expert mode. I did not use recall potions, I did not use the nurse. Although I suppose I did use recall potions occasionally to manipulate things a bit. You're welcome to go watch the video. I've done it with a copper shortsword, I've done it with a flare gun, I've done it with bouncy dynamite, I've done it with a wooden bow. You can most certainly kill the Moonlord with low damage. If anybody says it's impossible, they simply lack information about the mechanics of the fight and how to avoid his healing. The party reported that the Titan barrier range extended endlessly to right and left alike without any diminution in height or essential structure. On some of the peaks, though, the regular cube and rampart formations were bolder and plainer, having doubly fantastic similitudes to Rorvik-painted Asian hill ruins. The distribution of cryptical cave mouths on the black snow-denuded summits seemed roughly even as far as the ranges could be traced. In spite of all the prevailing horrors, we were left with enough sheer scientific zeal and adventurousness to wonder about the unknown realm beyond those mysterious mountains. As our guarded messages stated, we rested at midnight after a day of terror and bafflement, but not without a tentative plan for one or more range-crossing altitude flights in a lightened plane with aerial camera and geologist's outfit, beginning the following morning. It was decided that Danforth and I try it first, and we awakened at 7 a.m. intending an early trip. though heavy winds, mentioned in our brief bulletin to the outside world, delayed our start till nearly 9 o'clock. I've already repeated the non-committal story we told the men at camp, and relayed outside, after our return 16 hours later. It is now my terrible duty to amplify this account by filling in the merciful blanks with hints of what we really saw in the hidden trans-mountain world, hints of the revelations which have finally driven Danforth to a nervous collapse. I wish he would add a really frank word about the thing which he thinks he alone saw, even though it was probably a nervous delusion, and which was probably the last straw that put him where he is, but he is firm against that. All I can do is to repeat his later disjointed whispers about what set him shrieking as the plane soared back through the wind-tortured mountain pass after that real and tangible shock which I shared. This will form my last word. If the plain signs of surviving elder horrors in what I disclose be not enough to keep others from meddling with the inner Antarctic, or at least from prying too deeply beneath the surface of that ultimate waste of forbidden secrets and unhuman, eon-cursed desolation, the responsibility for unnameable and perhaps immensurable evils will not be mine. Danforth and I, studying the notes made by Peabody in his afternoon flight and checking up with the sextant, had calculated that the lowest available pass in the range lay somewhere to the right of us, within sight of camp, and about 23,000 or 24,000 feet above sea level. For this point, then, we headed in the lightened plane which we embarked on our flight of discovery. The camp itself, on foothills which sprang from a high continental plateau, was some 12,000 feet in altitude, hence the actual height increase necessary was not so vast as it might seem. Nevertheless, we were acutely conscious of the rarefied air and intense cold as we rose, for on account of visibility conditions we had to leave the cabin windows open. We were dressed, of course, in our heaviest furs. As we drew near the forbidding peaks, dark and sinister above the line of crevasse-riven snow and interstitial glaciers, we noticed more and more of the curiously regular formations clinging to the slopes, and thought again of the strange Asian paintings of Nicholas Roerich. The ancient and wind-weathered rock strata had fully verified all of Lake's bulletins, and proved that these hoary pinnacles had been towering up in exactly the same way since a surprisingly early time in Earth's history, perhaps over 50 million years ago. How much higher they had once been, it was futile to guess, but everything about this strange region pointed to obscure atmospheric influences unfavorable to change, and calculated to retard the usual climactic processes of rock disintegration. I need to take a sip of water. This is a long book. I'm not sure if we're going to be getting through this whole thing. We got to save and quit. Our farming has stagnated due to wraiths and herplings. Although, I could, now that I think about it, actually open up the possibility of farming herplings, I think. If I were to, because the Ichor stickers can't shoot me, if I were to, it would be too much work. That's not what I'm going to do. That's not what I'm going to do, Adam. That is like the extremely low skill and cheese approach to fighting the Moonlord with low damage. If you want to know how I fight the Moonlord with low damage, go watch any of the other times I've done it. We're not using the nurse. I don't know what we're going to do, but it's not going to involve the nurse. But it was the mountainside tangle of regular cubes, ramparts, and cave mouths which fascinated and disturbed us most. I studied them with a field glass and took aerial photographs while Danforth drove, and at times relieved him at the controls, though my aviation knowledge was purely an amateur's, in order to let him use the binoculars. We could easily see that much of the material. We could easily see that much of the material of the things was a lightish Archean quartzite, unlike any formation visible over broad areas of the general surface, and that their regularity was extreme and uncanny to an extent which poor Lake had scarcely hinted. The thing is, we have to meet the Lawnmower's requirements of moving and being on a solid block, so we're not going to use the copper short sword strat of the cute fish one. We're going to figure it out when we get there, but that's going to be, honestly, probably like 100 hours from now, if not longer. I'm not going to put much thought into how to do it until we get there. As he had said, their edges were crumbled and rounded from untold eons of savage weathering, but their preternatural solidity and tough material had saved them from obliteration. Many pouts, especially those closest to the slopes, seemed identical in substance with the surrounding rock surface. The whole arrangement looked like the ruins of Machu Picchu in the Andes or the primal foundation walls of Kish as dug up by the Oxford Field Museum expedition in 1929, and both Danforth and I obtained that this occasional impression of separate cyclopean blocks which Lake had attributed to his flight companion Carol. How to account for such things in this place was frankly beyond me, and I felt queerly humbled as a geologist. Igneous formations often have strange regularities, like the famous Giant's Causeway in Ireland, but this stupendous range, despite Lake's original suspicion of smoking cones, was above all else non-volcanic in evident structure. The curious cave mouths, near which the odd formation seemed most abundant, presented another, albeit a lesser puzzle because of the regularity of outline. They were, as Lake's bulletin had said, often approximately square or semicircular, as if the natural orifices had been shaped to greater symmetry by some magic hand. Their numerousness and wide distribution were remarkable, and suggested that the whole region was honeycombed with tunnels dissolved out of limestone strata. Such glimpses as we secured did not extend far within the caverns, but we saw that they were apparently clear of stalactites and stalagmites. Outside, those pouts of the mountain slopes adjoining the apertures seemed invariably smooth and regular, and Danforth thought that the slight cracks and pittings of the weathering tended toward unusual patterns. Filled as he was with the horrors and strangeness discovered at the camp, he hinted that the pittings vaguely resembled those baffling groups of dots sprinkled over the primeval greenish soapstones, so hideously duplicated on the madly conceived snow mounds above those 6 buried monstrosities. We had risen gradually in flying over the higher foothills and along toward the relatively low pass we had selected. As we advanced, we occasionally looked down at the snow and ice of the land route, wondering whether we could have attempted the trip with the simpler equipment of earlier days. Somewhat to our surprise, we saw that the terrain was far from difficult as such things go, and that despite the crevasses and other bad spots, it would not have been likely to deter the sledges of a Scott, a Shackleton, or an Amundsen. Some of the glaciers appeared to lead up to the wind-bared passes with unusual continuity, and upon reaching our chosen pass, we found that its case formed no exception. We'll figure it out when we get there. Our sensations of tense expectancy as we prepared to round the crest and peer out over an untrodden world can hardly be described on paper. I've been told things are impossible many, many times. There have been very few times that has actually been led to be true. There hasn't been a single time I've done a run and had it be impossible, as far as I know, or can think of. I think it's possible. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to figure it out when we get there. Our sensations of tense expectancy as we prepared to round the crest and peer out over an untrodden world can hardly be described on paper, even though we had no cause to think the regions beyond the range essentially different from those we had already seen and traversed. The touch of evil mystery in these barrier mountains and in the beckoning sea of opalescent sky glimpsed betwixt their worlds, their summits, was a highly subtle and attenuated matter not to be explained in literal words. Rather was it an affair of vague psychological symbolism and aesthetic association, a thing mixed up with exotic poetry and paintings, and with archaic myths lurking in shunned and forbidden volumes. Even the wind's burden held a peculiar strain of conscious malignity. And for a second it seemed that the composite sound included a bizarre, musical whistling or piping over a wide range as the blast swept in and out of the omnipresent and resonant cave mouths. There was a cloudy note of reminiscent repulsion in this sound, as complex and unplaceable as any of the other dark impressions. We were now, after a slow ascent, at a height of 23,570 feet according to the aneroid, and had left the region of clinging snow definitely below us. Up here were only dark, bare rock slopes and the start of rough-ribbed glaciers, but with those provocative cubes, ramparts, and echoing cave mouths to add to a portent of the unnatural, the fantastic, and the dreamlike. Looking along the line of high peaks, I thought I could see the one mentioned by poor Lake, with a rampart exactly on top. It seemed to be a half lost in a queer Antarctic haze, such a haze perhaps as had been responsible for Lake's earlier notion of volcanism. The pass loomed directly before us, smooth and windswept before its jagged and malignly frowning pylons. Beyond it was a sky fretted with swirling vapors and lighted by the low polar sun, the sky of that mysterious farther realm upon which we felt no human eye had ever gazed. A few more feet of altitude and we should behold that realm. Danforth and I, unable to speak except in shouts amidst the howling, piping wind that raced through the pass and added to the noise of the unmuffled engines, exchanged eloquent glances. And then, having gained those last few feet, we did indeed stare across the momentous divide and over the unsampled secrets of an elder and utterly alien Earth. That'll be it for the storytelling for today. I think we're gonna go kill the Crimson Mimics we have the keys for now. Okay. So, that is about half of At the Mountains of Madness. I'll probably finish the rest of it some other time. Yes, Time Death. As evidenced by the videos of me. Okay. Let's go ahead and get those spawn rates back down. Get my controls back to normal. What have we done since Wall of Flesh? Foam Swords of Night, and that's about it. Do we have any other banners? We got an Ichor sticker banner, Blood Mummy, looks like that's about it. Okay, let's crank these spawn rates back down. And we have 117 souls. Let's get as much as we can. 413 Ichor, which is kind of useless. 93 gold, which is okay. So let's see what we can get done. Oh wait, my bet's here. This is how many keys? 7 keys. The flasks work? Nope. It is not melee damage, it's classless damage. So as of right now, my normal strategy for killing mimics like this would be... How did I get the 117 souls? From the, 3 hours I spent foaming things right here? Were you watching it? Okay. So, I have a very particular idea for how to kill these Crimson Mimics that does not rely on lava. Because normally I would do this with lava. But since we're on Don't Dig Up, lava doesn't hurt enemies. So, we need a secondary source that does not deal direct damage that would trigger the Mimic, so traps and things are out. That's going to keep the Mimic closed, that does a debuff dot over time. And she's on screen right now, because it's the Dryad. She is our method of killing Crimson Mimics. Let's get her positioned. I looked a little bit into how she attacks things. You know how I'm going to kill Moonlord? We'll get there when we get there. Okay, so I am going to... I have an idea. I will buy some actuators. That's a booster track. Some wire. And a switch. And use... my grand design. Actuate these blocks here. Get the wire up here. Okay. Not to be a pedant, but that's a dryer, not a lawnmower. Too bad. Enemies are immune to lava on this seed, yeah. fuck? What the fuck? What was that? God damn it, we lost a mimic now. What was that? Why didn't it spawn the first time? Whatever. Maybe because I went into opening another chest, maybe that disrupted it? I don't know. Should be able to... Let me go from up here. This should get me sufficient distance from it. Did I open another chest? I never closed a chest, or it didn't check to spawn it. Interesting. I didn't realize that was how that worked. And, that's, they'll die eventually. I guess I can read some more book, because this is going to take a minute. Let me put something up here in case a falling star falls. Okay, on to chapter 5. And this will probably be the last thing I do today. The Dryad does not do a lot of damage, is the thing. I think we got 6 mimics here. Hopefully we get 2 knuckles. I'd like at least 1. I'm probably going to do a lot of farming off stream. I don't know if we're going to get to fighting a boss tomorrow. We might have to do more prep stuff, because I got a lot of fishing and stuff to do to get in a position to fight bosses, because we got to min-max the hell out of stuff. But yes, what I did there, where you put the mimics on a platform, Truffle is the strongest NPC? I don't know if the Truffle would trigger the mimics, is the thing. Because the Dryad inflicts a damage over time debuff, whereas the Truffle actually attacks things directly. Because I know, like, the Skeleton Merchant would trigger Crimson Mimics in my farm when we were doing Bouncy Dynamite only. Like, you need an indirect damage source. Or lava also doesn't trigger them. But traps and regular attacks, including Mimic, Truffle attacks, I think, would activate it. Back to At the Mountains of Madness. I think that both of us simultaneously cried out in mixed awe, wonder, terror, and disbelief in our own senses as we finally cleared the pass and saw what lay beyond. Hey, Raisin Beer. The Dryad is not a lawnmower? I disagree. Of course, we must have had some natural theory in the back of our heads to steady our faculties for the moment. Probably we thought of such things as the grotesquely weathered stones of the Garden of the Gods in Colorado, or the fantastically symmetrical wind-carved rocks of the Arizona desert. Perhaps we even thought the sight a mirage like that we had seen the morning before on first approaching those mountains of madness. We must have had some such normal notions to fall back upon as our eyes swept that limitless, tempest-scoured plateau and grasped the almost endless labyrinth of colossal, regular, and geometrically eurythmic stone masses which reared their crumbled and pitted crests above a glacial sheet not more than 40 or 50 feet deep at its thickest, and in places obviously thinner. I need to reread that whole thing. How do I get the lawnmower? Go to the underground desert and buy it from the golfer. I'm going to reread that whole thing. We must have had some such normal notions to fall back upon as our eyes swept that limitless tempest-scarred plateaus and grasped the almost endless labyrinth of colossal, regular, and geometrically eurythmic stone masses which reared their crumpled and pitted crests above a glacial sheet, not more than 40 or 50 feet deep at its thickest, and in places obviously thinner. The effort of the monstrous sight was indescribable. The effect of the monstrous sight was indescribable, for some fiendish violation of known natural law seemed certain at the outset. This is At the Mountains of Madness. We're about halfway through the book. I've been reading it for the past couple hours. And while the Dryad is doing... I mean, there's nothing for me to do, so I might as well just read a book while we do it, right? Here, on a hellishly ancient tableland, fully 20,000 feet high, and in a climate deadly to habitation since a pre-human age not less than 500,000 years ago, there stretched nearly to the vision's limit a tangle of orderly stone which only the desperation of mental self-defense could possibly attribute to anything but a conscious and artificial cause. We had previously dismissed, so far as serious thought was concerned, any theory that the cubes and ramparts of the mountainsides were other than natural in origin. How could they be otherwise? When man himself could scarcely have been differentiated from the great apes at the time when this region succumbed to the present unknown reign of glacial death. Unbroken reign of glacial death. Yet now the sway of reason seemed irrefutably shaken, for this cyclopean maze of squared, curved, and angled blocks had features which cut off all comfortable refuge. It was very, very clearly the blasphemous city of the mirage in stark, objective, and ineluctable reality. That damnable portent has had a material basis after all. There had been some horizontal stratum of ice dust in the upper air, and this shocking stone survival had projected its image across the mountains, according to the simple laws of reflection. Of course, the phantom had been twisted and exaggerated, and had contained things which the real source did not contain, yet now, as we saw that real source, we thought it even more hideous and menacing than its distant image. Only the incredible, inhuman massiveness of these vast stone towers and ramparts had saved the frightful thing from utter annihilation in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of years it had brooded there amidst the blasts of a bleak upland. Corona Mundi, roof of the world. All sorts of fantastic phrases sprung to our lips as we looked dizzily down at the unbelievable spectacle. I thought again of the eldritch primal myths that had so persistently haunted me since my first sight of this dead Antarctic world, of the demonic plateau of Leng, of the Migo, or the abominable snowmen of the Himalayas, of the Necrotic manuscripts with their pre-human implications, of the Cthulhu cult, of the Necronomicon, and of the Hyperborean legends of the formless Pythagoras. Let me just reread that whole thing. All sorts of fantastic phrases sprung to our lips as we looked dizzily down at the unbelievable spectacle. I thought again of the eldritch primal myths that had so persistently haunted me since my first sight of this dread Antarctic world, of the demonic plateau of Leng, of the Migo, of the abominable snowmen of the Himalayas, of the Necrotic manuscripts with their pre-human implications, of the Cthulhu cult, of the Necronomicon, and of the Hyperborean legends of the formless Pythagoras, and the worse-than-formless star spawn associated with that semi-entity. For boundless miles in every direction, the thing stretched off with very little thinning. Indeed, as our eyes followed it to the right and left along the base of the low, gradual foothills which separated it from the actual mountain rim, we decided that we could see no thinning at all except for an interruption at the left of the pass through which we had come. Yeah, this is The Mountains of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft. It's one of his more famous works, and one of his full books as opposed to short stories. It's about 100 pages long. We're about halfway through it now. We were merely struck at random a limited part of something of incalculable extent. The foothills were more sparsely sprinkled with grotesque stone structures linking the terrible city to the already familiar cubes and ramparts which evidently formed its mountain outposts. These latter, as well as the queer cave mouths, were as thick on the inner as the outer sides of the mountains. The nameless stone labyrinth consisted, for the most part, of walls from 10 to 150 feet in ice-clear height, and of a thickness varying from 5 to 10 feet. It was composed mostly of prodigious blocks of dark primordial slate, schist, and sandstone, blocks in many cases as large as 4 by 6 by 8 feet, though in several places it seemed to be carved out of a solid, uneven bedrock of Precambrian slate. The buildings were far from equal in size, there being innumerable honeycomb arrangements of enormous extent as well as smaller separate structures. The general shape of these things tended to be conical, pyramidal, or terraced, though there were many perfect cylinders, perfect cubes, clusters of cubes, and other rectangular forms, and a peculiar sprinkling of angled edifices whose five-pointed ground plan roughly suggested modern fortifications. The builder had made constant and expert use of the principle of the arch, and domes had probably existed in the city's heyday. The whole tangle was monstrously weathered, and the glacial surface from which the towers projected was strewn with fallen blocks and immemorial debris. Where the glaciation was transparent, we could see lower parts of the gigantic piles, and notice the ice-preserved stone bridges which connected the different towers at varying distances above the ground. On the exposed walls, we could detect the scarred places where others and higher bridges of the same sort had existed. Closer inspection revealed countless largish windows, some of which were closed with shutters of a petrified material originally wood, though most gaped open in a sinister and menacing fashion. Many of the ruins, of course, were roofless and with uneven, though wind-rounded upper edges, whilst others, of a more shapely conical and pyramidal model, or else protected by hard snowfield wholly devoid. Oh wait, no, I skipped a page. Alright, we're about 75% of the way through the mimics. Many of the ruins, of course, were roofless and with uneven, though wind-rounded upper edges, whilst others, of a more sharply conical or pyramidal model, or else protected by higher surrounding structures, preserved intact outlines despite the omnipresent crumbling and pitting. You had a life science final today and you saw a bird from Terraria? Nice! With the field glass, we could barely make out what seemed to be sculptural decorations in horizontal bands. Decorations including those curious groups of dots whose presence in the ancient soapstones now assumed a vastly larger significance. In many places, the buildings were totally ruined and the ice sheet deeply riven from the various geologic causes. In other places, the stonework was worn down to the very level of the glaciation. One broad swath, extending from the plateau's interior to a cleft in the foothills about a mile to the left of the pass we had traversed, was wholly free from buildings, and probably represented, we concluded, the course of some great river where in tertiary times, millions of years ago, had poured through the city and through some prodigious subterranean abyss of the Great Barrier Range. Certainly, this was above all a region of caves, gulfs, and underground secrets beyond human penetration. Looking back to our sensations and recalling our dazedness at viewing this monstrous survival from eons we had thought pre-human, I can only wonder that we preserved some semblance of equilibrium, which we did. Of course, we knew that something, chronology, scientific theory, or our own consciousness, was woefully awry, yet we kept enough poise to guide the plane, observe many things quite minutely, and take a careful series of photographs which may yet serve both us and the world in good stead. In my case, ingrained scientific habit may have helped. For above all my bewilderment and sense of menace, there burned a dominant curiosity to fathom more of this age-old secret, to know what sort of beings had built and lived in this incalculably gigantic place, and what relation to the general world or its time, or of other times so unique a concentration of life could have had. For this place could be no ordinary city. It must have formed the primary nucleus and center of some archaic and unbelievable chapter of Earth's history whose outward ramifications, recalled only dimly in the most obscure and distorted myths, had vanished utterly amidst the chaos of terrene convulsions long before any human race we know had shambled out of apedom. Here sprawled a Paleogean megalopolis, compared with which the fabled Atlantis and Lemuria, Camorium and Uzaldarum and Olatho, and the land of Lomar are recent things of today, not even of yesterday, of megalopolises ranking with such widespread pre-human blasphemies as Valusia, Riley, Abe in the land of Emnar, and the nameless city of the Arabia Deserta. As we flew above that tangle of stark Titan towers, my imagination sometimes escaped all bounds and roved aimlessly in realms of fantastic associations, even weaving links betwixt this lost world and some of my own wildest dreams concerning the mad horror at the camp. The plane's fuel tank, in the interest of greater lightness, had only been partly filled, hence we now had to exert caution in our exploration. Even so, however, we had covered an enormous extent of ground, or rather, air, after swooping down to a level where the wind became virtually negligible. There seemed to be no limit to the mountain range, or to the length of the frightful stone city which bordered the inner foothills. 50 miles of flight in each direction shewed no major change in the labyrinth of rock and masonry that clawed up corpse-like through the eternal ice. 50 miles of flight in each direction shewed no major change in the labyrinth of rock and masonry that clawed up corpse-like through the eternal ice. There were, though, some highly absorbing diversifications, such as the carvings on the canyon where that broad river had once pierced the foothills and approached its sinking place in the Great Range. The headlands at the stream's entrance had been boldly carved into cyclopean pylons, and something about the ridgy, barrel-shaped design stood up oddly vague, hateful, and confusing semi-remembrances in both Danforth and I. We also came upon several star-shaped open spaces, evidently public squares, and noted various undulations in the terrain. Where a sharp hill rose, it was generally hollowed out into some sort of rambling stone edifice. But there were at least two exceptions. Of these latter, one was too badly weathered to disclose what had been on the jutting eminence, and the other still bore a fantastic conical monument carved out of the solid rock and roughly resembling such things as the well-known snake tomb in the ancient valley of Petra. I think it's gotta be almost dead. Flying inland from the mountains, we discovered that the city was not of infinite width, even though its length along the foothills seemed endless. After about 30 miles, the grotesque stone buildings began to thin out, and in 10 or more miles we came to an unbroken waste virtually without signs of sentient artifice. The course of the river beyond the city seemed marked by a broad depressing line, while the land assumed a somewhat greater ruggedness, seeming to slope slightly upward as it receded into a mist-hazed west. So far, we had made no landing. Yet to leave the plateau without an attempt at encountering some of the monstrous So far we had made no landing. Yet to... Okay, there we go. I see one Bagnax at least. Oh, sorry, one Nuckies. I think we only got one Nucky. That's annoying. I noticed the life drains landed on the bottom and the Knuckles and Bagnax landed up top. I wonder if that's... Wait, what? Okay, there were two life drains, though. Okay, yeah, a lot of life drains. Only one Nucky. Okay, well, I think that'll be it for the day. I am tired. My throat is a bit sore. Doing a lot of reading. Just to recap what we've been through today. We killed the Wall of Flesh with the very expansive arena that I built off stream. Summoned him there. I was reading at the Mountains of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft. We're about halfway through the book. I'll probably finish reading it on stream at some point. But it's quite long. Kept the wall above this here with all these blocks here. Kept hitting it with the lawnmower as we took damage. And had a series of... Had a wire going across activating on a quarter-second timer. And using an interesting quirk of how heart statues work to rapidly regain HP by putting down the statue, breaking it, and then placing it in a different location to refresh the cooldown timer. Which allowed us to get HP back at the requisite rate, because we managed to kill the Wall of Flesh here. And this is a large world. It took this much of the world to kill the Wall of Flesh. And we played pretty much optimally. There was not much that we could have done to improve our playing. And we got a little bit of extra damage out of the merchant. Had the merchant not been there, we may not have killed the Wall of Flesh until all the way over here. We did it on Classic. Because it was... No way in hell you do it on Expert. Like, you just don't have the damage. And then, after that, we immediately went into farming Souls of Night in order to get Flesh Knuckles, because we need... Flesh Knuckies, a Hero Shield, and a Berserker Glove, eventually for defense and tanking reasons. And really the only way we could do that was in the Crimson thing up here, make a little Wraith Trap and Floaty Gross Trap so those things can't get us. make a... I can just go walk over there. Actually, no, it's fine. Flesh knuckles, yeah. We need flesh knuckles. They're 8 defense. They're really good. Make a hoik. So you can go into this block, get ourselves caught there, hammer things... sorry. Lawnmower things here. God, I'm tired. And get a bunch... It took us several hours, but we got like 100-something Souls of Night. And we got enough to get 1 flesh knuckle. Ideally, I'd like to get a second Nucky. Because I'd like to get a Berserker Glove. And also kill Mimic, like actual Mimics for a Titan Glove and a Cross Necklace. And fish up stuff. So, it's gonna be a while until we can fight another boss. I think a couple days at least, because I gotta put in a lot of work to get all this gear. But yeah. Our current playtime? I want an Ox Shield too. 32 hours, 30 minutes, 25 seconds. I will be back streaming tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to continue this tomorrow or if I'm going to be doing off-stream preparation to get to the point of fighting bosses. I'll have to think about it. But, bye everyone. I gotta go eat dinner. And, get something to drink.